Almost 420. And I gotta sadly sign into my other games. I haven't done that yet because I'm an idiot, but oh well, I'll do that in half a second. Bro was talking in 2 times speed and be the next Christian rapper. Heck yeah, dude. Be. Honestly, my lyrics are still a little especially freestyles from back in the day still. But yeah, I was thinking about that low key back in the day or like a while ago. I was like, I could maybe try to do that or something. Also, happy 420. Okay, congrats. I haven't done anything yet, homie. That's just a false dopamine boost. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, I feel what you're saying. Like, you could do it if I wanted to or something like that. Bro, this realm's also not opening either. I got 4 people in here apparently. What's up, everybody? The realm is apparently hating me, though. It's not opening, so I might need to restart it and try to get in it again in a second. So, yeah. Anybody who's here right now, if you want, a like would be amazing. It says we got 2 out of 4. But thank you to everybody who has liked and everybody who's watching, Dunka as well. And yeah, if you want to leave a like we just said, then yeah, you definitely can do that. You said happy 420. Hello. Yes, sir. It's oh hey. Well, now it's 421, sadly. But how's the realm going? Oh, homie, it's going pretty good. It's just not loading at the moment for me because I don't know. It's being a little bit of a gay. But I just shut it off and tried to restart it so I could what do you call it? so I could restart the stream. My brain's fried. I was streaming for like 12 hours, so yeah, I had to end the stream. I wasn't on it for 12 hours. My stupid ass was having to go do stuff IRL. But I was streaming for 12 hours and leaving a black screen for a few of those. But yeah, I ended up streaming for 12 or 11 hours and 55 minutes, and then I had to end the stream because if not, it wouldn't have saved anything. And dang it, the realm didn't open. I might need to restart Minecraft real quick. Door. I don't care about your door. Yeah. It will work. You just gotta have patience, and I have none of that. Why do I only have 2 bars? What the fart am I on? I'm on that home Wi-Fi, not the Windwalker Wi-Fi. So it should be working. Should be in the keyword. Wow, my eyeballs are fucking melted in my head. My boss got mad at me today. I bought 200 HVAC stickers on Amazon and put them all over the company trucks. Damn. He didn't like it when you said, bro, it's just a prank, bro. It's just a prank. It's a prank, bro. Or nah. An HVAC. Don't quote me on this, but isn't that like, or is that, I don't know. I was gonna say, is that the company you're working for, or no? Because if it's not, then it's whatever. But if it is, then like, if it's their own stickers, I don't know why they get mad, but that's just me. I told him in my defense I was left unsupervised. But yes, it's the company I work for. Yeah, so how could he get mad at that, homie? It's like, at the very least, right? Somebody's gonna be like, oh wow, somebody, or I should say, at the most, right? They're gonna be like, wow, somebody put stickers all over this person's vehicle. What the heck? Or I guess maybe, I don't know why this person put stickers all over the vehicle, but like 99% of people are gonna see that and it's gonna pop out to them. You know, it's original. If you're putting stickers all over a vehicle like that, it's gonna be like, it's gonna catch people's eyes. And literally, what I've learned when it comes to signs or whatever, even though I didn't do them, my mom did or whatever. What I learned when it came to doing sign stuff or whatever. The thing that basically got people more business was stuff that popped out and that was original or that caught your eye. So basically, make sure it's original, catches your eye, or both. And yeah, if you have an original sticker or original brand name or whatever, and then you have a whole bunch of stickers just randomly over that vehicle, people are probably going to see that and they're going to be intrigued. They're going to be like, huh? What the heck? What do these stickers say? And then they're going to have that, oh, HVAC? Oh, what the heck is that? They're HVAC stickers? Why is there all of HVAC everywhere? And then they're going to be hearing about that, and then they're going to be, searching it, and in return, it's going to be getting the company more people, or more, it should theoretically be getting the company more customers. You should be promoted for free advertisement, right? He should be, bro. You're like, I'm just advertising. Wait. Boss get mad at me today. LOL. I told him they were kind of dirty jokes though. Not really, but Kurt didn't like it. Wait, hold up. Is there another comment that YouTube's censoring? I feel like there's another comment you wrote that YouTube is censoring. Let me look for it. Unless I'm wrong. You can let me know if I'm wrong. All messages. No, there isn't. Oh, they were kind of dirty jokes. You mean saying you were left unsupervised is kind of a dirty joke? Might be a quote unquote immature joke in some people's minds, but maturity and jokes are both subjective. So, and who's going to say that you're immature, and who's going to say that the joke is not funny or is dirty or whatever? You know. No, my like I said, in my defense, the stickers. The stickers had dirty jokes on them. I see. Hey, well, I mean, even if so, I feel like some people might not, whatever, but that's okay. And maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like in today's economy, the only people that are gonna be taking offense to that are like the old time boomers that are like at the youngest 55 years old. You know what I mean? Like all the younger kids these days are going to be like, bro, that's some funny shit. They see a sticker that says some dirty shit on it. You know what I mean? Especially if it's promoting a company. Like that's how I feel like you make your company more known. But maybe it's just a me thing. Some people don't like that. They like quote unquote professionalism or some bullshit. It's called being pretentious, in my opinion. But call it professionalism all you want to fill yourself with false validation. If it makes you sleep better at night, it makes you feel better. Then you do you, boo. You know. That's what I always tell them, but... no, there isn't. The stickers are... one was a hot water heater with the bikini on. Bro, that's geeking. What are you talking about? Like, that's not even like... I mean, I get what it's whatever, but... it's not like showing a fucking woman that somebody's gonna even, be like, oh my gosh, I'm a Christian and I didn't want to see that, and you made me lust over a woman on a picture because she was in a bikini, like, obviously I don't think it's gonna whatever, but it's not even something like that. It's like, it's literally a hot water heater in a bikini. Like, what are you gonna freaking really go and try to goon off to that? Like, come on. Problem isn't us like they think. Problem is them needing to be up to date for real, bro. Yeah, they're all in the old school ways of. I mean, don't get me wrong. I do think you can still be nice and polite and stuff to people. I try to be all the time, unless somebody's being a dumbass to me first or whatever. Then it's like, okay, I'll give you the same energy. But like with that being said, I feel like kids these days, or people in general these days, they like darker humor. They like more raunchy or funny stuff or whatever. It's in our nature these days. It's literally promoted and glorified all over fucking social media and television. Like, tell me that it's not what's getting pushed these days and what people want to see. And then, it's like, okay, then I'll understand why you don't want it shown. But until then, it sounds like you're just shooting yourself in the foot, or at least the company is. I don't, that, not you yourself, but like the company is shooting themselves in the foot by being mad at you for doing that. Problem is, Kurt probably thinks it's bad for business. It can't possibly be for real though. Motherfuckers need to give me a raise for real. No Coke, and knowing the things people like today, I would not. Oh, yep, I would not be surprised. Yeah, I forgot about that though, bro. Yeah, there is a lot of crazy retards out there, crazy fucking retards that will like to put their snosh in anything with a hole. So, okay, I forgot that those people do actually exist. So. Good night, guys. No, good night, Nicola. Take it easy, sleep well, and, thanks for coming back to this stream, too, dang. But, yeah, don't have too much fun. And, yeah, you've been here for, 12 hours now? 12 plus hours? So, heck, yeah, thank you for being an OG supporter of the channel, yo. And all you guys here too. I mean, I'm not saying y'all aren't either. I'm just saying, you know, she's been here all whatever, and I mean, obviously you guys have been here too, or you guys have been to other streams too and stuff, and you guys have been here on and off. But yeah, you know what I mean. Fucking y'all are all legit. Y'all the OG people in the streams. I mean, obviously, awesome. Awesome. Hello to everybody who's new here and stuff. But the OGs always get the respect. You know what I mean. Heck yeah, guys! Give me 1 second. I'm getting my brother set up with some stuff real quick. I'm still here. Like, I'm not leaving this time, but like, I'll be right back if that makes sense. I'm not actually leaving though this time. I promise. And I might need to grab my water real quick, but I'm taking the tablet with me because I ain't gonna actually sit here and do stuff like I did before and just sit here, AFK for hours. Nope, not happening. I'm gonna take a 420 dab real quick. I know it's not a 421 right now, but I wanna take a dab real quick. I'm sorry, but yeah. What are you clearing the land for? Homie, I'm gonna make a OG. Hold up. Actually, I'll show you that too. Give me a few seconds if you got time. I assume you got time at the moment. I could be wrong. If you don't, then I'll try to be faster. But, yeah, I'll show you, homie. I'm clearing this whole land, making it super flat, just like I did over in that one area. So, in case you didn't know, I made that one super flat area. Well, hold up, June. Hold up. So, I made that one area, or Matthew and I were working on making that one area super flat. He kind of fizzled out after about 1/10 of it or so. Yeah. So, I just did the rest of it. I did like 9 beacons worth. He did like 1. So, yeah, it's kind of sad. But it works. But, and then I'm like, you gonna come on and get some buildings done now? I literally flattened everything for you. And he hasn't came back on to make any of his city buildings yet. So I was like, all right, well, I don't want to build over there and mess up anything that he has or whatever. So I'm starting to make my own project of clearing my own island. I looked on Chunk Base and I found an island like 600 blocks away from his. So I'm like, bet I can turn this thing or flatten this whole bitch out. And I can turn this into basically my own thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to flatten the whole thing out, and I'm going to build a whole wall around the outside and a massive castle on the inside with like a lava moat. And that's my plan anyway. I have the vision in my head, somewhat. Jeez, I heard a freaking pig in the game, and I don't know. I've been up for over 24 hours. My brain is fried. I don't know what I thought it was. But yeah, I need to do that dab real quick. Yeah, June, please go in the kitchen with Caitlin. Yeah, get him out real quick before I do that. Hey, go by Caitlin. She just went in the kitchen. Follow her. Alright, hold up. Are you really trying to break guitars? So stop trying to break guitars, people. I don't know. Well, I personally don't mind. I don't think we should... I don't know. I don't think we should show, obviously, young kids any stuff, even if it is illegal, or, you know, even if it is legal for us to do. You don't want them to be having that type of habit in their mind. Now, don't get me wrong, you can still teach them about the stuff and be like, you know, don't do any of it, and, yeah, but, you know, I don't know, it's still not something you should just be blowing in their face, obviously, you know, if that makes sense. So, got him over in the living room now. I told him the kitchen, but he went to the living room, so, yeah, I'm in the bedroom way far away, but it's okay. What do you clean your lamp for? That's a dope idea. The heck just happened. Yeah, sorry, nostalgia. Little 4-year-old guy. I'm trying to take a dab, but the little 4-year-old was trying to be around here, so I had to shoo him off to a different location so I can actually do that, you know. And yeah, fucking. After that, one of the other kids dropped a guitar on the floor, so you heard a bong or some shit like that, and it was like, bruh, stop dropping guitars, homie. You know. So yeah. Hey, good on you, bro. You good? Yeah, me. Oh, I'm a retard. I shut it off. I tell you, people trying to come in when you're trying to do stuff, it's like, no. It's like, I don't know, is it just a me thing, or it's like, when the moment you try to be alone, that's when people actually want to be around you. Like, you can be sitting there all day, and it's like, I don't mean like in people in general, like real life, but I'm talking like family, you know what I mean? Like, you could be fucking sitting there all day, no family wants to whatever, but the moment you're like, alright, I need y'all to whatever, you know, I need to do something, I need to be alone, they're like, I need you. It's like, bro, no, get away from me. That's real. See, nostalgia knows what I'm talking about. I feel like Big E knows too, or Big E Beats. Alright, I got to do a real one. I started to take one, but I stopped as soon as the door opened. I'm like, damn it. But I used to turn on my... Ooh, dang, that was a good one. Woo! Yeah, literally me at church when I just want to sit alone for a bit. All the kids be asking if I'm okay. Dang. Them kids, bro. I mean, I assume that you're talking, like, either kids, like, normal kids, or like, your age, or, like, you know, toddler kids, like, being walking up. Because, I don't know, I feel like sometimes those younger kids have that sixth sense, you know? They can tell when you're not whatever, even if other people around you can't, you know what I mean? But, then again, there's... Dang it. Then again, there's times, like, with my little brother... Now, like toddlers, dang, yeah, it'd be no good. I mean, unless you're not going through anything bad, then that's kind of weird. But yeah, if there's something in the background, maybe then they might be like, "Oh, see, they notice." But I was gonna say, then again, there is occasional times. I need to actually hold up. Give me 1 second. Actually, I'm gonna finish the sentence first. Fuck it. But there's occasions where I'm like sitting there staring at my phone or whatever, like just doing shit or whatever, and my little 4-year-old brother comes up to me and he's like, "Bruh, He just basically is like, why are you mad? And I'm like, huh? It's like, why are you mad? I'm like, I'm not mad. He's like, you look mad. I'm like, bro, I'm looking at my phone, homie. I ain't even mad. So like, I don't know. Maybe I'm subconsciously have hatred in my heart. I don't know. But yeah, I'm gonna mute real quick so I can like hack up 2 lungs, grab them off the bed real quick, and then throw them back down my throat, and then so I can start breathing. So give me 1 second. Woo! We're back. There was one who told me I was lonely and needed to get out more. He wasn't wrong. B. I mean, yeah. That do be understandable. A lot of people, like, I've found that in general, like, most people in the world, it can't, basically, humans need a, what do you call it? Basically, another human connection thing, or need to be social creatures, if you will, for the most part. And, it's all fine and dandy being social creatures with, your family or whatever, but, after so long, even your friends or your longtime friends or whatever, but after so long, your family and longtime friends or whatever are kind of, I don't know, basically a cultivated safe space that you've made over the years, and that, by getting out more and talking more people or whatever, it basically, I don't know, it's, well, I've been told it's actually good for you. Give me a second, because I have another cough coming up, but, so don't quote me on who actually, or on who actually did this shit. You'll have to actually research this. Right now, it's just, I heard this from somebody who said it was real research. I didn't research it, so it could be wrong, but it sounds too stupidly whatever, and something I don't agree with, but it sounds like, yeah, it's true. I don't know. Anyway, though, basically, though, said thing was, a person said that there was a study done, and people that, apparently go out more and just randomly, say hi or have conversations with people on the street that they don't know, or just random people in general, just, get out more and talk to people, they end up usually being healthier and living longer or something like that. Again, you could research that, or, ask Google if you want and double check it or whatever. I'm letting you know I haven't checked it at all, 0, whatever, it just sounds legit. So, maybe it's false information, but that definitely sounds real, so. Especially what people say about, your mental state or whatever, and, how humans are social creatures and such, and talking to new social creatures, I feel like should definitely boost your mental, your mental status, your mental happiness. I don't fucking know. I don't even get on my phone. I just stare into oblivion. That do be. I feel that though sometimes, but we're just staring off it. Give me 1/2 second. I'm here, but yeah, I just gotta check something. I said I wasn't gonna do this, but. Need to get frickin' stop it, tablet. I'm trying to read. Make sure I read everything. I'm dyslexic. I need to actually make sure I read it. I don't even have my phone. Okay, I read it all. Alright. Okay, so bloop. Yeah, I'm E-Man or Big Eats. Biggie Beats. Are you still here? Thinking of the Big E and thinking E-Man, but Big E Beats, you still here? I've locked myself in because, yeah, I'm trash. And now I have fixed it. but that was a tremendous burden on my life. That's why I hate myself.
I hate myself. I gotta go do more stuff, guys. I'm sorry. I'll be back in a half second. Please forgive me again. I'm sorry. I have to help somebody with some stuff. I've been up for fucking too long to use my brain right now, but I'll be back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I'm doing a dab and I'm hopping on. I'm fucking sorry.
Harry Sisson is actually a
Woo-wee!
leftoid influencer, and he's kind of pathetic and a little bit gay. So
Oh, pathetic gay left influencer! Probably retarded too.
asked Trump why he posted an AI video of himself dropping poop on me from a fighter jet. That would be great, thanks.
Yeah.
From there for poor Sisson. JD Vance retweeted it. I'll ask him for you.
Yes.
Voted for this exact thing is don't worry, I'll ask him for you. Oh, absolute cinema. I love it so much. I love this timeline. This is amazing. Anyway, so people were posting the money shot. This is Harry Sisson as he's getting obliterated. This is so sad. And honestly, people were losing their mind. Because you'd think this is just a funny thing and we ignore it, right? Well, the leftoids are not ignoring it. The president posted a video of him literally
Sitting, I knew
a
it.
major left-wing influencer, but mainstream media barely acknowledged it. If the roles were reversed, right-wing media would have amplified the incident, given the influencer airtime, and framed it as a cultural or political tag. As far as I know, Harry Sisson wasn't on one cable news show. This is the asymmetry in our media. So, first of all, leftoid giga retard decides to gaslight the people into thinking that media would have amplified the incident, given the influencer airtime, and framed it as a cultural or political tag. As far as I know, Harry Sisson wasn't on one cable news show. This is the asymmetry in our media.
So, first of all, leftoid giga retard decides to gaslight the people into thinking that the media is owned by right-wing people, which is a obvious lie, all right? So that's first. But this is like an obvious bullshit situation. So I actually responded to this, and I thought my response was pretty good. For once, I agree. We should be showing videos of Harry Sisson getting shit on all over cable TV. We should be plastering videos of Harry Sisson getting shit on at every talk show. We should be hoisting signs at protests of Harry Sisson getting shit on. Make it a symbol. I'm actually really glad that we were able to come together on this moment. The left and the right have come together. We should be broadcasting Harry Sisson getting shit on. What a colossal W. Hell yes. Finally uniting with the left. Anyway, Harry Sisson, this is the funniest thing in the universe, has decided to, he decided to post videos about how he is a victim. Trump attacked me on social media last night with a weird AI video.
Donald Trump attacked me on social media last night. That's right.
By the way, I don't think he ever mentioned that Charlie Kirk was attacked when he was literally assassinated. But posting a meme, yep, that's an attack.
He posted this really gross AI video where I'm included, and you just have to see for yourself to believe it's real. Take a look.
Again, gonna mute it, trying not to get copyrighted, because I got an entire video copyrighted for 8 seconds of audio. But look at him crying in the corner. He's just like, literally pooping on me. Look at his face. Oh my God, it's absolute cinema.
By the President of the United States. As soon as I saw that video, I responded to it by saying, that plane wouldn't have made it off the ground with your fat ass in the pilot's seat. Wow. And I stand by that. I mean, look, if this doesn't prove to you that Donald Trump is a complete and total loser, I don't know what will.
Harry Sisson, you fucking leftist. You hate it when you're saying medicine is used on you, Seed.
When there is no king. Donald Trump posted an AI video on Twitter. For 1 second. Who is the idiot? You literally went to a no kings protest where there's no king. You're protesting nobody. This is your comeback?
Posting AI videos of himself in a crown, dropping feces on the American people in the middle of...
No, not the American people, specifically you. I just want to make this clear.
What I just described to you is somebody who's mentally unwell. It's just what it is.
He posted a meme, guys. Let's kill him or something. That's the left.
7 million Americans, including myself, just got out there and...
Massively inflated number. There weren't 7 million people.
Protested against Donald Trump.
But also, let me remind you, even if there were 7 million people...
70,000 at max.
You do realize 77 million people voted for Donald Trump, right? Like, you realize by going to a protest against Trump like this, you are protesting against the democratic process of the country.
His administration's response is a shitty AI video. Yeah, I think the Democrats are doing pretty good. There's so
anyway, the Democrats' polling is at 19% approval rating. You can't make this up. The Democrats are doing pretty good. We're in the double digits, okay? We're literally in the double digits approval rating.
Much more I can say about this. I made a long-form video on my YouTube.
Right, so obviously he made 2 videos covering this traumatic moment that he went through where he got shit on by the president. First, he made a video crying on TikTok, and then he made a long-form video on YouTube, which we're not going to be looking at, because honestly, I have a hard time looking at faggots for this long.
YouTube and my Spotify show, link in bio if you want to hear more from me about this.
Faggot.
Nobody on the planet wants to hear more about you. About this.
But, we are so screwed as a country with this guy at the helm. So screwed.
This guy crying honestly makes my day better. I'm not even joking. This is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. Donald Trump shits on Harry Sisson in an AI video. Bro crashes out. Oh, I made a TikTok and a YouTube video and I made a Spotify show. He's doing a generational run because he was caught in Donald Trump's shitpost. His literal shitpost. Now, anyway, because of course the media is trying to turn this into a story, they asked Mike Johnson about the AI video of Harry Sisson getting shit on.
That the President of the United States over the weekend released a video of him pooping on the American people.
The President uses social media to make the point. You can argue he's probably the most effective person who's ever used social media for that. He is using satire.
Just because he gets seen and I don't mean shit.
For the murder of his political opponents.
True! Let's not forget, that's the other party.
And that's what these people are doing. I mean, they're in one of these photos. I think there's a picture of the president hanging in effigy by a noose on one of these. One on the far end. I mean, it's unconscionable.
Correct.
Look, we America is...
The left be like, let's literally murder Trump. Let's literally kill him. Let's literally do that. The right be like, ha, we poop on you.
Yes.
And what becomes the national story? Is that not insane? Like, think about how insane this is.
Bill on the idea of free speech. You have the right to protest. Of course, we jealously guard that.
And we have the right to make AI videos pooping on you.
With our attorneys, we've defended that right in the courts. But what they're doing right now is different. They are trying to incite violence. It's not funny. You don't mock a president who has already had 2 failed assassination attempts on his life.
Breaking news. New failed assassination attempt on Donald Trump just happened. They found a sniper perch, and they took it down. Thank God.
This is not a game. And the idea that communists would be supporting this is unconscionable to us.
Yeah, start deporting the communists. All right, start denaturalizing, jailing, and deporting the communists. Dude, I'm telling you, we're getting there. Cry all you want, he's doing exactly what I hired him for. Yeah, dude, it's insane, man. It's absolute insanity. So, anyway, let me show you what the boomers have been doing, because everyone in the media is talking about Harry Sisson getting pooped on by an AI video. This is what the people by the protests were doing. Wanted better snipers. Picture of Trump with a scope on his head. With crosshairs on his head. Did you cover JD Vance trolling on Blue Sky? Yeah, in my previous video. Today we're doing a deep dive into the protest. Last time was more of an overview. This is the type of journalistic integrity you only get here on the Nuxanor channel. So in my opinion, this guy should be in jail. This is, in my opinion, an incitement to violence. We need to start jailing these people. And it's not about freedom of speech. It's not at all about freedom of speech. I think these people actually gotta go. They got to go, man. They just do. Don't forget, these are photos from the No Kings protest. Alright, so, this is, make assassinations great again. Right? Like they used to. Politicians don't die like they used to, or they used to kill themselves. Now we need to make assassinations great again. Says the 2 people, 2 completely unfuckable, gender-ambiguous individuals. And here we have Charlie Kirk had it coming, changed my mind. These are people that are with a communist logo. These are people that are directly calling for violence, in my opinion. And let me make this clear. I don't see any leftoids denouncing them. Now, this is the craziest part. Everyone went batshit insane that J.D. Vance didn't directly condemn a couple of random Republican guys who leaked their group chat. These people are going out in public, directly celebrating and inciting the murder of innocent people. They're also, coincidentally, very ugly. But that's not the point. Now, their physical features are not relevant at this time. It's just something that we've noticed. Dude, look at the signs, dude. Palestine and Marxism. Like, you guys suck. You are enemies of the West. They really, really are. Enemies of the West, Denver communists, incitement of violence, it's all the things. They want you dead. Don't forget it. They literally want you dead. Not even exaggerating. That's what's happening. Now, Pedro Pascal went to the No Kings protest. He said no kings, only queens. So, faggot detected. Faggot detected. It's cool. It's pretty awesome. Now, I want to show you my favorite weapon. All right? I want to show you my favorite weapon. Let me see if I can find it. It's one of my favorite weapons. It's the 9K111 faggot. All right, this is what we call anti-tank. This is what we need. We need to activate the faggot warfare. We got to whip this shit out. That's what I'm saying. We got to whip out the faggot because that's what we're dealing with. It's literally what we're up against, man. This is crazy. We're going up against the dregs of society. Homeland Security breaking. Gavin Newsom has shown up to the riot. And Gavin Newsom replied, "You are an embarrassment." This is crazy. Anyway, it gets better and better. Now, this is a lady who, again, inciting violence, in my opinion. Hey! Right? The bang into her neck. You know how Charlie Kirk was assassinated? Never heard about justice, you fat ass! Hey! Yeah, so again, it's crazy. No, I'm not going to be uniting with these people. And you want to know the craziest part? This fat bitch, she's a teacher. She's apparently a kindergarten teacher. That's right. Apparently she was fired, but this is a teacher. This is someone who's teaching your children. Waving a foreign flag, supporting political assassinations. Apparently, this is a teacher. These are the people teaching your kids, man. Is that not insanity? Yeah, so this is the No Kings protest. Man dressed as Charlie's assassin, a woman reenacting the moment Charlie was shot in the neck. Protesters saying, "I'm glad Hitler is dead." When asked about Charlie, crowd singing Bella Ciao, the same phrase engraved in the bullets used by Charlie's assassin. Signs mocking Trump and Erica's injuries, which heals faster, Trump's ear or Erica's heart. A billboard honoring Charlie destroyed, covered with smash fascism. Not speech, it's hatred, it's incitement of violence, and these people need to get cooked. They absolutely do. We need to start clamping down even harder. They made a piñata of Donald Trump, and they would get children to stab it. Are you telling me this isn't indoctrination? This is obvious and based. Basic indoctrination shit. How is this any different than Nazis teaching their kids to kill Jews? Or Hamas teaching their kids to kill Israelis? Or anything, honestly. You have leftists in Congress talking about the right wing is breeding fascists. This is actual grooming. Find me a leftist that's not a groomer. It's becoming harder and harder every single day. I don't understand. So anyway, during a No Kings riot, this is Nancy Pelosi saying, "No kings."
We're gonna tear up the crown.
So brave. So brave. She tore a crown. So brave. Now, let's talk about Nancy Pelosi. She's 86. She's been in Congress for 37 years. She made over $200 million, despite the fact that she's on a salary of $170,000 a year. She's worth over $200 million now. And she's filed for re-election in 2026, and to be honest, she's probably going to win it. That looks like a king to me. All right, Wall Street investors can't guarantee these gains. This is the stock market based on, this is what Wall Street investors are getting. This is the Nancy Pelosi stock market. So you are the king. You are the royalty. The reason why they're protesting No Kings is because they don't want a different person to have any form of power. Their monarchy was threatened, and they are all projecting. I'm telling you, man, the leftoid has a projection problem. Now, you think that these were not organized protests? Well, let's just say they tracked the money.
We know what it was not. What is No Kings? Well, it was organized, managed by Indivisible, right? That's an organization. To be clear,
yeah, it sounds pretty dividing.
That Indivisible is an organization received about $3 million at least from Soros's Open Societies Foundation. Some other sources for Indivisible, who, by the way, often claim to be nonpartisan, Democracy Forward, Democratic Socialists of America, Human Rights Campaign, which, funny enough, they never actually advocate for serious, more slaves on Earth than ever. No word on that. Planned Parenthood.
I heard they were in trouble. I heard they were in financial trouble. They got money to donate now?
Yeah.
I thought I was supposed to feel bad for them.
Exactly. Yeah.
I thought I was supposed to be throwing a fit because abortions are going away.
No, but they have money to get some people on the street, and they clock out at exactly 1 o'clock, just to be clear.
Is that what those dings were when you're circling those buildings? Were those temporary abortion sites in Boston?
They could be.
Oh, okay, that's cool. That's kind of cool, actually. That's very metal.
The DNC convention. So.
And by the way, you can check out, I do recommend Data Republican, who's been on this show. Data Republican has a thread on X.
Yep. And essentially, this protest was completely astroturfed by these giant mega corporations to essentially protest democracy, because that's really what they were doing. They were directly protesting democracy. Think about how insane this is. Now, the Democratic Socialists of America Foundation had ties to not one, but 2 assassins over the last year. Do not ever forget, never ever forget, that the Democratic Socialist of America Party had one person that assassinated Charlie Kirk, allegedly, or had ties that connected them, and the other person assassinated 2 Israeli Christians in Washington, D.C., literally executed them. Never forget that they were both tied to the Democratic Socialists of America. Right? It's insane. So that's a couple of bodies on them, and on Planned Parenthood you have another 1 million bodies a year, because obviously they support the genocide of unborn children. So anyway, this is the insanity we're dealing with. Infinite money pouring into these artificial protests to create the air of the fact that the system is against Trump when it's not. Bernie Sanders said, Trump on no kings. The demonstrations were very small, very ineffective. Really? 7 million people came up for the largest demonstration day in our history. Again, this is an AstroTurf number. There weren't fucking 7 million people. Alright, there were not 7. I looked at the protests, okay? I literally made a video covering it as it happened. There were not 7 million people. Americans are clear. They don't want authoritarianism, oligarchy, or the doubling of their insurance premiums. Actually, none of them actually know exactly what they're protesting for. They're just supporting the current thing. I said 50 million could protest, and Trump still won the popular vote. That's how democracy looks like, right? That's literally what they went around screaming about. That's what democracy looks like. Trump won the popular vote. All right, you hate him because he was elected. It really sucks to be you. Call me when there's over 77 million protesters. All right, then I'll be like, wow, things changed. Until then, I actually don't give a shit. So that's what the retards have been saying. Nate Friedman, journalist, went on the ground. He actually joined a No Kings protest. He went to the paid protesters and he started actually looking into things. So let's see what's actually been going on, because this is evil. Like, this is an actual funded coup of our government. An actual, unironic, democratically elected government going up against the megacorps.
This is the No Kings protest, the sequel, one of the biggest protests in modern American history. The protesters you see right now are wearing vests that say Rise and Resist, identical to the ones we saw at the first No Kings protest. Now I'm going to talk to them about what it is they're really doing here and then expose.
Who is paying all of these old people to protest? Why are all the employees 70-year-old white women? Pretty weird.
It's the truth. I have been working on this non-stop since the protest. Welcome back to the Nate Friedman Show.
Hi, do you know what the plan is for the protest, where it's going?
It's going down 7th Avenue to 14th Street.
All the way down to 14th?
Yes.
Did they block the roads, like, until then, or do people have to go around or anything like that?
Well, that's what we're marshalling, so we're going to help people not get them.
Was there...
blocking the streets all the way down.
I didn't get, like,
an email. You can't cross 7th Avenue.
You can't cross 7th. I didn't get an email about, like, the free thing. Is there, like, a sign-up for it or something like that?
I think this is maybe one of the...
It's a right-wing troll!
What's that?
No, but, I don't know.
Oh, no, I'm just press asking questions.
No, he's not asking. But, no, it's,
No, that's right. They may not be the oligarchy, but they're the oligarchy. That's right. The geriatrics have shown up to Alzheimer's Anonymous, and these people, they're not unemployed. They're obviously paid by these billionaires to actually fund this shit.
don't know.
Okay, so they had a full panic and just talked over each other. Now this woman did the scripted right-wing troll line, which I guess they must have forgotten to pick up their signs, because that's exactly what they did to me last time. And before that, a different paid protester with the exact same sign followed me around the Take Down Tesla protest.
So think about how insane that is. Do you realize how crazy that is, dude? That not only are they funding these protests, but they're funding people to shut down the journalists because they don't want to get exposed that this is completely artificial. Because not only was this a flop, but it was an AstroTurf flop. And for the record, this didn't move the needle on anything in America. It was a completely useless waste of everyone's time. Except for Harry Sisson, who is more famous than ever now, thank God.
So who are these people, really? Keep watching.
What's the next protest?
I don't know. I have to...
He's got a camera, just so you know. He's got a camera.
He's got a camera! I don't know, I thought you guys were protesters.
hear what you have to say?
It's up to you. I can't tell you what to do.
I really appreciate you know, talking. It's nice. A lot of people just like run away, and it's nice to have a conversation. How long have you been working with Rise and Resist?
I'm not answering those questions. I can answer any personal questions.
That's fair. Do you feel like Trump is a king?
I don't. I'm not going to get into a political conversation with you. I'm here to marshal and keep my job.
Bro, you're not even willing to acknowledge the premise of the protest. That's crazy.
Today, and I'm just going to do my job.
It's like, no, I don't actually think he's a king. I'm just literally slandering him so that millions of Americans that are retarded believe me. No, that's what it's all about, actually. You see, the purpose of media and the protest is really just to convince people that he's a sinister, evil guy, when in reality he's just the duly elected president of the United States. This is a giant psyop. This is a psyop on a country-sized scale. Do you understand how insane that is? Like, and I really think it's the no kings, the anti-ICE, the free Palestine stuff. They're all these gigantic juggernauts of funded protests for propaganda and control. They want people to see swaths of people and be like, yeah, I am exactly like those people, those NPCs in the group. It's a mind control strategy, and it works, especially on old people.
What do you mean by like martial?
We help traffics. We help people with the traffic. We help cars redirect. We help bike passengers. We're helping people be safe on the streets.
Does that mean you guys are working with the NYPD?
Yes. We talk to them.
Oh, okay. I did not know that. That's interesting. But is there like a briefing before, like that you guys work with? Yeah. So how do they know that like you're out there marshaling with them?
They're not blind.
And neither am I. This is you calling ICE thugs, and with a $50,000 bounty on ICE agents.
No way! These were the people that put a $50,000 bounty on ICE agents? Dude, they need to go to jail. They need to get arrested immediately.
You have blood on your hands. This is you taking it a step further and calling them the Gestapo. Back again at a different protest, and again and again.
Oh my
God. The company
God.
she works for is Rise and Resist. They are one of the non-profits receiving a portion of the $7.6 million from George Soros, and were responsible for the takedown Tesla protests that often resulted in vandalism. They claim that all of their events are non-violent, which is odd because there's hundreds of pictures of their protesters getting arrested. One of the things they love to do is organize sit-ins at Trump Tower, and they're politely escorted out of the building and released from custody almost instantly, which means that the supposed king...
Wow, so they really are working with the NYPD. They let them out of jail. Dude, what a corrupt system. It's absolutely unreal how corrupt this system is.
I could have told you it was this corrupt years ago, bro. No one believed me. They called me fucking crazy. I'm just ahead of my time.
Keep them arrested for vandalism
in everything I do.
and terrorism and incitement of violence. Dude, incitement of violence is a big issue. It needs to get squashed, dude.
Is quite forgiving with people trespassing his family's home. The donation link to Rise and Resist goes straight through Act Blue. Now it's really her associate.
That's a Democrat funding thing.
That are the star players on the protesting field. Watch this. You see her? She works with Karen Shaw, the kazoo lady from the previous No Kings rally. This is her making the signs for Rise and Resist in their little print shop. Yes, I'm looking into this print shop. She protests whatever is on the schedule. Back again in front of the courthouse asking to abolish ICE, which is to take the sides of the vicious, violent criminals that have been deported by ICE. She wants to, quote, free them all, and she's doing this sit-in again inside of Trump's family home. The president is very aware of paid protesting now. Take a look.
I had one the other night. I went into a restaurant, and this woman stood up. I looked at her immediately. She had money. She wasn't serious. They get paid for it. They're professional and other people. And we're going to look into Soros because I think it's a RICO case against him and other people. Because this is more than like protest. This is real agitation. This is riots on the street.
Now I saved the best for last with this group because look at this guy here. Casimir Yanish. He is a professional protester. Here he is with the infamous Karen Kazoo lady. You know how they frequently work in teams. Now what is concerning about...
These are like... Okay, I'm sorry. These are fucking, in my opinion, allegedly, from my loose understanding, this is a terror cell. These are literal terror cells, in my opinion. running around the country, whipping up and inciting violence across the nation, being funded by billionaires. The oligarchy, as everyone's favorite retards call it. This is insane.
This guy in particular is not just that he is a professional protester, but that he is an election worker. His official start date was January 2020. According to his LinkedIn, he is a director of architecture and engineering at New York City. And according to governorsalaries.com, he's receiving an annual wage of $121,000. The question is he protesting on the taxpayer's dime? Casimir took part in the famous paid protester group photo that I've exposed. See the carrot gazoo lady here? And of course, Stuart Waldman, who was on the board of Rise and Resist.
Oh my God.
No social media that I could find, but here he is on his friend's Instagram, and he's clearly labeled in the caption. According to Casimir's LinkedIn, he is also a Colombian.
This is insane. This is crazy. I wonder if Casimir Yanish was born here. His name sounds Russian or something.
Columbia University alum.
Or Ukrainian, maybe.
And here he is at an alumni event. Casimir has donated to a fund that was established to provide legal assistance and financial support to those who get arrested at a protest. So he's spending his money wisely, and as a graduate of Columbia, I'm sure he's
I'm back, turning the score sec. Yeah, what's good, homie?
To a woman with a guillotine poster at the peaceful protest.
Oh, wow.
In the hat said, "Get the fuck out of the way."
Yeah, that's an incitement of violence. You should go to jail. I really absolutely can't stand that Trump isn't doing more. You know what? Trump should decide, you know what? I'm going to do exactly what you call me. I'm going to become the thing you hate most. A king. And fuck them. All right? Not actually a king. I don't want an actual king that's going to get taken out of context. Obviously not. He's the duly elected president of the United States. This is a very clear-cut incitement of violence. This person needs to go to jail. I think Trump needs to fucking overwhelm these people with law and order. Listen, man, we live in a country that is founded on law and order. It's founded on biblical values. The first 5 books of the Bible are all about law and order. We absolutely need to fucking throw these people in a hole. Absolutely. It's infuriating watching people freak out and scream every time someone gets arrested when they literally should be in jail.
Rip, yeah, you guys should play. I don't know, Rip, bad time to come back. Really, really, really bad time for you guys to come back. I mean, not really bad time, but I was thinking I needed to dip for like, okay, you know what? Yeah, I gotta be back. Alright, hold up 1 second, you guys can dip if you want. Stay if you want. I should be back in like less than 10 minutes, 5 minutes max. Well, 10 minutes max, but it should be at 5 minutes. So reading that BBB, okay. That one big beautiful bill.
We're back. I'm sorry, I'm a bitch. Sometimes.
How's it going? It's going okay. Yeah. Have you like sold any papers and? Well, I think we're more so emphasizing political conversations. Yeah, just to kind of see where people are at right now. What made you guys want to turn toward communism? Well, for me, it's just a matter of
I'm calling it here. He's poor, and instead of actually working to make money, he would rather take money from people that earned it.
What is there for me? I have 3 degrees. Wow. I'm struggling to find work.
Now, there we are. At 3 degrees, he's probably in debt. He probably has a degree in underwater chicken tickling, lesbian tap dance theory, and gay sex. Those are his 3 degrees. And now he's struggling to pay back his student loans because he's in a giant fucking cataclysmic downward spiral of bullshit.
Wow, why did I feel like it was night?
They want you to be poor. They want you to be in debt. They want you to have these degrees so you could preach socialism. Do you understand? Do you understand the strategy? They want you to be jobless and in debt so you could follow their doctrine. Why should you get money for these degrees? Why should my tax dollars go to you? What are you contributing, man?
I have a degree in biology and I have a degree in science, and I've just been struggling overall.
Political science is, with all due respect, a nothing degree unless you do something with it, and so is biology. Sorry, I don't care. This is garbage. Bro's got a Taylor Swift degree, and he expects to make a living. Degree in biology. I love how people say degree in biology because it sounds cool and sciencey. A degree in biology is absolutely useless if you don't use it to get into medical school, or if you don't actually become a chemist or some shit. Like, this is insane.
Find like meaningful employment, and you have to ask why that is.
Meaningful employment? Bro, you have a degree in biology and you don't know how many genders there are. Why would anyone take you seriously?
Yeah, and so I decided to pursue a degree about, I studied masters in political theory, to kind of get to to get to the law.
Master in political theory, and he decided to be a communist in America.
Right. And the why is capitalism. It's because there's always going to be a layer of people who are unemployed or underemployed.
So get a job, you cuck.
Because that's the way the system is designed.
So the Communist Party...
This is absolute insanity. Capitalism is the problem because poor people poor when they don't work. This is ridiculous. This is insane.
He is actually one of the partners of the No Kings protest.
Oh,
you will also see the Indivisible Project listed, which is a company that has been caught being heavily involved with paid protesting. More about the funding behind this No Kings protest, but before I do, I want to give you a quick warning. If you're a homeowner in America, you need to listen to this. The FBI has been warning about a type of real estate fraud on the rise called title theft, and your equity on a day.
Ask a question. Can I interview you real quick?
Yeah, of course,
man. All right, awesome, thank you.
What even the fuck flag is this?
Can you tell me why you're out here?
I come from an immigrant family. My grandparents came over here when immigration was very different. They didn't have papers, they had a boat ticket, and we've seen a lot of pulling up the ladder, and we need to support our immigrants here now. They're the backbone of our country, backbone of our society. They contribute. Beyond that, they're human beings, and they should not be treated like I would never treat an animal.
Yeah. What do you say to the Republicans who say,
this is insane. This is crazy. It's like, yeah, they broke into our country illegally, but they're humans, so therefore we have to let them steal our shit.
These are illegal immigrants being deported, not immigrants.
The numbers don't demonstrate that at all.
There has not been a single deportation of a legal person in America. Let that get into your head. The numbers. This is some Trump derangement syndrome on another plane of existence. In case any of you are actually curious about the numbers show very clearly that every single person deported was not legal in the country. Every single one. There wasn't a single one. There was not one person that was deported that was legal in the country.
Yeah, sure. There are illegal immigrants. There are people who have who have committed violent crimes. Obama was kicking people like that out. Biden was kicking people like that out. This is not new. It's not like the Democrats weren't trying.
These people are so painful to listen to.
Trying to get rid of violent offenders.
Oh yeah, they're painful as hell to listen to. My brain hurts every time.
Like, come on.
Yeah, I understand.
That's not collateral damage.
Yeah.
These are not collateral damage.
Do you feel that Trump is a king right now?
What?
Do you feel that Trump is a king right now?
You know, I think that if a few more people gave him a few more a piece of what he wants, yeah, I think Stephen Miller is. I mean, I honestly think Trump is running the...
You think Stephen Miller's a king? You mean the guy that works for the other guy? Like, these people suck, man. It's crazy.
Country?
And the only reason why he's saying that is because he saw, like, Gavin Newsom tweets. Right? That's how insane it is. That's how insane it is. They're literally whipping these people up into a frenzy. It's insane.
And I think Stephen Miller is. Yeah. And he's calling this a hate rally. I mean, this is...
carrying signs telling people to kill Trump and that Charlie Kirk's assassination was justified. It is a hate rally.
Do you think that they're going to try to run for re-election for a third term? I do. No, I do. Because why wouldn't they? Okay. So you think that's going to be the turning point, 2028? That's when they're going to try to be a king, or are they going to try to do it earlier? I mean, if we get into then...
The SpongeBob SquarePants. Yeah, that's what I'm hearing.
Hypothetically, what if the Democrats do well? Are they going to validate that election? I don't know. Yeah. What do you hope is the reaction to this protest? Do you want more Democrats in office? What are you hoping for? You know, I hope that people who are still undecided, still on the couch, will come and, like, make...
This dude is wearing a Logan Paul t-shirt at an anti-Trump rally. Do you understand the level of cognitive dissonance we have, man?
Make their voices heard more often. I think it's important just that the regime sees how many people are not okay with this. Yes. And I feel like that is power in itself. And that they'll change their mind. Do you think that they'll change their mind if they see this protest? No. Okay. No, I don't think.
All right. So then, literally, what is the point, man?
Mind. But I mean, come on. We've had years of trying to change people's minds. I don't know what the point of that is. And I'm asking all the protesters out here, what?
I just want to know what the fuck flag he has on his back, because this is like, it's a gay flag on another wavelength.
News do you watch? Which channels? I get everything on Instagram, but it's mostly Midas Touch Network.
Yep. Oh, Midas Touch, Leftoid Slop.
Yep. You know, groups like that.
I guess what was interesting to me is that there is the full acknowledgement that this will not change anyone's mind, but that Stephen Miller is the king and not Trump.
The Jew. It's crazy. You go to the far right, the Jews control the government. You go to the far left, the Jews control the government. It's inevitable. It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. It doesn't matter. Oh my God, dude. This is crazy.
The Jews.
Everywhere that say refuse fascism.
Yes, it's the Jews.
Largest factors of the No Kings protests. Refuse
it's always been the Jews.
Jew named Hitler controls the government. No one saw this twist coming.
Profit, so they don't need to release their funding. However, that just makes finding the truth harder, but not impossible. You will see these signs everywhere at anti-Trump protests, and the fiscal sponsor of Refuse Fascism is the Alliance for Global Justice. George Soros has given millions of dollars to the Alliance for Global Justice,
everywhere?
His Tide Center and his Open Society Foundation. Even with their millions from Soros, they put up a donations page to make you think it's grassroots, and look, they've raised over $70,000 on top of Soros' millions.
It's like, guys, this is a grassroots foundation. We raised $70,000 and also I donated $6 million. Yep, nothing to see here.
The AFGJ also sponsors Sammy Dune, a group that was designated as a terror organization by the US and Canada. Make no mistake, George Soros was behind the No Kings protest. Next up, a woman with a very different...
Oh, man, listen, it's kind of crazy. It's insane. It's insane. Bro, dude, I'm telling you, man, George Soros has created infinite Jew conspiracy theories, man. That dude's existence is insane. Oh, my God.
Kind of sign.
Does that say I love NPR? Yeah. Can I interview you about it?
The epic battle between George Soros,
I really
the
hate
Darth
myself.
Vader of Jews,
I'm too
and
tired.
Stephen
I
Miller,
want to put my babe.
the Yoda of Jews. All right, it's a battle.
It's right there.
No one knows what's gonna happen. The two sides of the coin are now set. It's King Stephen Miller versus Darth George Soros. No one knows what side we will get to. Oh my God, dude.
Real quick, what was your reaction to them defunding NPR?
I'm disgusted as I was disgusted about losing all the funding. I mean, I love them, and it's great that New York is going to have them because we have a lot of private donors and the state is blue, but a lot of rural America isn't. So I increased my funding this week, and I'm going to get a tote that says this very statement. So this isn't unique and original. I got it from them.
Yeah. It's unique and it's original. It's original and unique. It's original and unique. It says you can't defund the truth, and I made that up.
I love them. They're my source of everything. They make life better, and they make me not feel alone, and sanity and all of this.
What made you want to come out here today?
To be part of sanity and truth.
Yeah. Do you feel that Trump is a king right now?
No!
You think that he wants to become...
Literally, what is the point of this protest? What is even the point of this protest?
One.
Yes!
Yeah. How do you think that he will try to be one? How do you think he'll try?
I mean, that's a little much for me to get into right now. Everything he's doing.
Yeah.
Everything.
So her sign also said you can't defund the truth. But I don't think NPR cares too much about the truth. And don't take it from me, hear the CEO of NPR herself say that the truth is just a distraction.
That for our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth.
Oh, God.
Seeking the truth is actually very important. I mean, the truth, that's what these protests are all about. It's all about the truth.
Oh, anyway, here's a guy at a protest inciting violence.
You gotta grab a gun! We gotta turn around the guns on this fascist system! These ICE agents gotta get shot and wiped out! The state machinery, that's a full display right there, has to get wiped out! You gotta grab...
Yeah, grab a gun and wipe them out. Could we get these people arrested, please? Could we please get these people arrested? This is insane. We don't have to live with these people. Why?
And seeking to convince others of the truth isn't necessarily the best place to start. In fact, I think our reverence for the truth might have become a bit of a distraction that is preventing us from finding consensus and getting important things done.
The NPR CEO also says they're not biased. For sure. But this is her wearing a Biden hat, so there's that. Now listen to an NPR reporter's reaction to a shooting by a trans person.
And just a point of clarification, Senator Klobuchar referenced the shooter as he. Although police have identified a suspect, it's still unclear at this time what that person's gender is or...
This person is a fucking he's a killer! Why are you doing this?
How they identify.
Can you believe you used to fund that? Because getting the shooter's pronouns right is what matters in journalism. Now, it is a shame, though, that Doge defunded NPR because we're missing out on contributing to great stories like fat phobia and its racist past and present.
Dude, I literally want to... Every time I hear that my tax dollars are going to this shit, I want to kill myself. I'm being hyperbolic, but like, dude, you don't understand, all right? I work very hard. Thank God blessed me with a career. I love what I do. And then I pay taxes, all right? And then they go to fucking that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, guys? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. It's insane. Like, why? It's horrible. It's horrible, dude. Then you have these people be like, I can't believe Trump wants to cut funding to... Cut funding, get rid of it. The government's been shut down for the last 3 weeks. No one noticed, okay? Cut funding, yes.
I didn't notice.
Next up, I will ask this man what the ETA is on Trump becoming a king.
What's the motivation behind the outfit?
Well, I actually happen to have this in the closet, and I hardly ever wore it, and it happened to be a great day to be ridiculous and fight fascism, wear something silly, and make sure that, we the people make our stance known.
Yeah. You think Trump...
Bro dressed like a pineapple to fight fascism. These people suck.
Is a fascist?
I do.
And why?
I believe that he follows all of the 14 characteristics of fascism.
Oh, good. He read a tweet. It's time to repeat what the tweet said.
Or at least most of them, and he's starting to embody the rest of the ones that he hasn't. I'd say he's probably 9 or 10 out of 14. The ones that I'm really curious about are corporate corruption and corporate, cronyism, but that's not really something that isn't to be said, considering the fact that he has an oil exec in charge of energy. And I think that generally speaking, that's just...
How many of those 14 characteristics include locking people in their homes and forcing them to take drugs against their will, against the magic pandemic that isn't killing people at any higher rate than the flu? What about that? Is that fascism? Is that...
I called it out back in 2020. 2021, whatever it was. Says all been a fucking psyop, it's a scam. Everyone's like, no, you're a piece of shit, keep your mask on. I'm like, fuck you. It's fake.
We've already seen the Trump 2028 merch. You can't argue that. I mean,
oh my God, he made a
Didn't
joke.
even wear the mask.
Oh my God, it's fascism.
He's had it on his desk while he's meeting the press in the room with him in the Oval Office. On top of that, he has not exactly been quiet about it. He hasn't exactly been hiding his intentions, and nobody in representing the Republican Party has as well.
Yeah, because it's literally a joke and no one's taking it seriously.
For the sake of potential unity, what is your favorite thing that Trump has done?
things work out with Israel and Gaza, fantastic. There is still a lot to be solved. The Gazan people are screwed. Let's be real about it. They have been decimated. It was a genocide, and it was an absolute murder of them as a human race. I heard today that about 95%...
They killed the human race? That's new.
Of the population remaining in Palestine has reached the 5th level of malnutrition.
Oh my fucking god, he's just literally repeating viral tweets. Like, there's no substance to anything.
Which is fatal, and there's no coming back from that.
Alright, so then why aren't they dying? Alright, if 95% have reached fatal levels of malnutrition, why aren't they dying? Why did the UN, for the record, admit that there were still 3 months of food in Gaza? Alright, for the record, I'm glad you memorized some tweets that you probably saw retweeted by Al Jazeera, but the reality is there was no genocide. There's no 5th level starvation for 95% of the survivors. This is insane.
We saw it with the Irish and their famine. It is a generational...
Where did you hear that? What is generational? That's right. Their grandchildren are going to be hungry from this.
The news that people can trust. Like, which channels do you watch?
I actually don't remember where I heard that. It was somewhere probably on TikTok, so...
An anonymous guy on TikTok told me that they reached the 5th level of malnutrition, which means that their grandchildren will be hungry. This is a 95% death rate. That's right. That's why we have so many deaths and so many people that died in Gaza. I know that it's probably a coincidence that 85% of the people that were killed in Gaza were literally adult males. It's probably a coincidence. Maybe it's because adult males are just hungrier than the others. So maybe that's why they're dying at a suspicious rate. It's probably not because they're being specifically targeted or anything. Yep, that's right.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. He doesn't want to get sued by the Israeli government. Allegedly. It's what I saw on TikTok.
I'm trying to interview the next generation on what they think of the protest. What are your thoughts on it?
Sorry, not speaking. The vests like to chant, but not to have a conversation.
Yeah, obviously.
Bernie taught him well. Next up, a man dressed as a king makes it to the protest, so of course I had to interview him.
All right.
Oh, you're unzipping.
What an outfit, huh?
Oh, hello, thank you.
This is amazing. My name is...
Dude, is he a fan? Is he a fan?
Nate Friedman. I'm a YouTube journalist. So tell me what makes you come out today and protest.
Donald Trump's a fascist.
Yeah.
He's horrible, he's mean, he lies, he lies, he lies.
Yeah. And
we cannot have kings.
Can we move over here?
Sorry.
Is that it?
Slide over to
yeah. Oh, I didn't know it's a whole outfit. It's amazing.
Oh, I got a diaper.
Look at that. Look at that. Show the full. Diaper. This is amazing. There's a diaper in there. So okay.
That's amazing.
I've soiled myself.
Okay. What's the worst thing that Trump has done? What makes him a fascist?
His everyday lies are undermining everything.
Yeah.
Everyday lies.
Yeah.
Once you lie like that, everyone's allowed to lie, and no one, democracy cannot exist without information.
That was the... Bro spent $400 on this Trump fit. He's like, Trump, he goes, he lies, and then democracy dies, it even rhymes.
Do you think that he's a king right now, or that he's trying to be?
He's trying. And the toadies and the GOP are letting him.
What's his way of trying to be a king? Is it the ICE stuff?
He doesn't. He's an idiot. He's just a narcissist. He's not anything intentional. He's just feeding his ego.
Okay.
But the GOP lackeys around him are using it.
Do you think they're trying to help him become a king?
They don't give a shit about it. They don't care about him.
Yeah.
They just want their own power.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so do you think that he's going to run for a third term?
He'll try.
He'll try?
That's what this is all about.
So what do you want?
These people will say no.
Yeah. So what do you want? Do you want him to see this protest and decide, you know what, I'm not...
care.
Yeah. So who is this for, would you say?
They're saying his name, so this probably excites him.
That's right.
Gets them all excited.
Yeah.
So what are you, protesting?
So who are you hoping that this sees? Like, what is the underlying motivation?
The spineless GOP, and hopefully they'll realize that they're not doing their job.
To send a message that the people are not...
Some of the people...
You think that the elected government, the majority of the American people, are going to see a couple of retards in diapers in the street and be like, you know what, we're going to go to the other side now? You're really, this is insane.
On the call will go, oh man, maybe I am getting it wrong.
This interview right here is our final one of the day, and just wait for what he says at the end.
Oh, God.
Freedom of the press. It's just scary how ISIS is overstepping and they're hiding their identity, and there's some very concerning things.
So ICE, what I hear is that ICE is covering their face because they're getting threats to their life, and they feel that if they don't cover their face, that they will get doxxed. And because right now there's a bounty on ICE's head, like $50,000.
Well, the thing is, then anybody could cover their head, and see that's the problem. We need a way to identify the people that are, whether they're an ICE agent or a police officer, because there's a problem when people aren't identified. Then it escalates the fear, who can we trust? So that's the thing. We need a way to identify rather than have people hide.
But what about badge number? What about showing your badge when you arrest somebody? You want ICE agents to walk around with megaphones? ICE is here! Criminals! Just come out and identify yourself.
The fact that they have a bounty on their head and they're using a mask of self-defense, is that not like...
No, it doesn't. No, I think it's wrong. We need to find some better way.
Do you feel like Trump is a king right now?
Well, no, he's not a king, but I think that he's like the emperor's new clothes. People that want the power, evidently a lot of Republicans, like they're not even voting or working in Congress. They're just turning, they're really using him as a puppet.
Okay. Congress is?
Yeah. Okay. And of course...
Congress is using him as a puppet, which is why they literally can't pass any fucking laws.
The guy Miller, whatever his name is.
They all go for Stephen Miller, and it's just because Gavin Newsom said he was a fascist. Like, do you understand how insane this is?
Stephen Miller. Yeah, Stephen Miller. So Trump is really, because he has such great ego, it's all about him, his Bible, his Bitcoin. He just wants the glory. So they're using him as a tool. And I'm sure when they're done with him, he'll be gone. But
so you feel that Stephen Miller is controlling Trump?
Oh yeah.
Why would Trump let
the Jews? It's the Jews.
Let Miller control him? You think?
Oh, because they're feeding Trump's ego. I mean, that's what it is. It's feeding his ego.
That concludes our episode of the No Kings Rally in New York City. Thank you so much for watching.
This is a nightmare. Yeah, I'll link this in the description. I love Nate Freeman's videos, man. Dude, Stephen Miller needs to be careful. These people really want to kill him. I'm not even exaggerating. They literally want him dead. They cheer in the streets for these people's murders. They actually want to kill him. And it's not a joke. This is a hate rally. It is a hate march. And it does need to be destroyed. In my opinion, you can't have billionaires funding political unrest. That's insane. That's literally, in my opinion, funding terrorism. You can't have these terror cells around the country. And also, and I think this is super important, super duper freaking important, anyone that's holding up signs inciting political violence needs to go to jail. Like, we have to stop playing this game because people are literally dying. And specifically, it's people on one side of the political spectrum that's getting killed, not on the other side. You will notice none of these people were hurt by a right-winger. None of them. Because the reality is there is one side that currently is fighting with basic biblical values in mind, and thou shalt not kill is on the list.
Thou shalt not murder.
Of heathenists, retards, communists, and radical Islamists that are trying to claim and contort this country's values. So, gentlemen and female gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. This was the in-depth journalistic deep dive into the retards of this fucking rally. And to everyone that wanted to end on a good note, this is an image of Harry Sisson with shit on his head. I'm really glad that the media is talking about this instead of talking about elementary school teachers that are literally inciting political violence and then going to teach the next generation of kids to go kill people. So honestly, this is more important. We should be broadcasting this everywhere. All right, the left wanted us to talk about it, so we'll talk about it. Bye! Like, subscribe, and this video was streamed live on kick.com/Nuxanor. See you there. Stay.
Alright, give me a second, I gotta fucking get it plugged in. Boom. Alright, I gotta find something real quick. I don't know where we were. If I could English, why can't I freaking English? Daniel, that's where it was. I'm a Daniel now.
We are doing.
Daniel chapter 1. In the 3rd year that Jehoiakim was king of Judah, King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylonia attacked Jerusalem. The Lord let Nebuchadnezzar capture Jehoiakim and take away some of the things used in God's temple. And when the king returned to Babylonia, he put these things in the temple of his own God. One day the king ordered Ashpenaz, his highest palace official, to choose some young men from the royal family of Judah and from other leading Jewish families. The king said,
"They must be healthy, handsome, smart, wise, educated, and fit to serve in the royal palace. Teach them how to speak and write our language, and give them the same
What's good, man? Chilling, killing, bro.
Train them for 3 years.
Yeah, just clearing an island, making it a super flat island.
Daniel, Hananiah,
Listen to some audio or Bible audio stuff.
But the king's chief official gave them Babylonian names. Daniel became Belteshazzar.
Yo, nostalgia.
Shadrach. Mishael became Meshach, and Azariah became Abednego. Daniel made up his mind to eat and drink only what God had approved for his people to eat. And he asked the king's chief official for permission not to eat the food and wine served in the royal palace. God had made the official friendly and kind to Daniel, but the man still told him,
"The king has decided what you must eat and drink, and I'm afraid he will kill me if you eat something else and end up looking worse than the other young men."
The king's official had put a guard in charge of Daniel and his 3 friends. So Daniel said to the guard,
"For the next 10 days, let us have only vegetables and water at mealtime. When the 10 days are up, compare how we look with the other young men and decide what to do with us."
The guard agreed to do what Daniel had asked. 10 days later, Daniel and his friends looked healthier and better than the young men who had been served food from the royal palace. After this, the guard let them eat vegetables instead of the rich food and wine. God made the 4 young men smart and wise. They read a lot of books and became well educated. Daniel could also tell the meaning of dreams and visions. At the end of the 3-year period set by King Nebuchadnezzar, his chief palace official brought all the young men to him. The king interviewed them and discovered that none of the others were as outstanding as Daniel,
I'm not sure.
Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. So they were given positions in the royal court.
I'll need to listen for that name again.
From then on, whenever the king asked for advice, he found their wisdom was 10 times better than that of any of his other advisors and magicians. Daniel served there until the 1st year of King Cyrus.
These names funny. For real, bro.
During the 2nd year that Nebuchadnezzar...
In my opinion, I can't pronounce them, and it sucks when you're like trying to read something. It's like, okay, what's his face? Looked at Who's Your Namer and Wigglemanazar talked to Who's Your Manapa. But yeah, now that I don't know, when you hear the names, when you hear the names when somebody, wow, I can't English. I've been up too long. When you hear the names when somebody else is saying them, it just sounds like funny. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. It's like, bro, what the fuck? I don't know. That's how you say the name. Okay, A little weird. I mean, obviously not weird, whatever, but weird sounding for me anyway. Like Jehoshaphat, bro. I remember that one too. Like, bro, who names somebody Jehoshaphat? You name your son Jehoshaphat in America? That's how you get him bullied, bro.
So with King, he had such horrible nightmares that he could not sleep. So he called in his counselors, advisors, magicians, and wise men, and said,
I am disturbed by a dream that I don't understand.
Jehoiathai spoke to Willy Whopper. Yes, it be.
Your Majesty, we hope you live forever. We are your servants. Please tell us your dream, and we will explain what it means.
But the king replied,
That is for real though, bro. That's how it feels sometimes, in my opinion. Like reading the names.
The dream and its meaning, you will be chopped to pieces, and your houses will be torn down. However, if you do tell me both the dream and its meaning, you will be greatly rewarded and highly honored. Now, tell me the dream and explain what it means.
Your Majesty, they said, if you will only tell us your dream, we will interpret it for you.
The king replied,
You're just stalling for time, because you know what's going to happen if you don't come up with the answer. You decided to make up a bunch of lies, hoping I might change my mind. Now, tell me the dream, and that will prove that you can interpret it.
His advisors explained,
Your Majesty, you are demanding the impossible. No king, not even the most famous and powerful, has ever ordered his advisors, magicians, or wise men to do such a thing. It can't be done, except by the gods, and they don't live here on Earth.
This made the king so angry that he gave orders for every wise man in Babylonia to be put to death, including Daniel and his 3 friends. Arioch was the king's official in charge of putting the wise men to death. He was on his way to have it done when Daniel very wisely went to him and asked,
Why did the king give such cruel orders?
After Arioch explained what had happened, Daniel rushed off and said to the king,
If you will just give me some time, I'll explain your dream.
Daniel returned home and told his 3 friends. Then he said,
Pray that the God who rules from heaven will be merciful and explain this mystery so that we and the others won't be put to death.
In a vision one night, Daniel was shown the dream and its meaning. Then he praised the God who rules from heaven.
Our God, your name will be praised forever and forever. You are all powerful and you know everything. You control human events. You give rulers their power and take it away. And you are the source of wisdom and knowledge. You explain deep mysteries because even the dark is light to you. You are the God who was worshipped by my ancestors. Now I thank you and praise you for making me wise and telling me the king's dream together with its meaning.
Daniel went back to Arioch, the official in charge of executing the wise men. Daniel said,
Don't kill those men. Take me to the king, and I will explain the meaning of his dream.
Arioch rushed Daniel to the king and announced,
Your Majesty, I have found out that one of the men brought here from Judah can explain your dream.
The king asked Daniel,
Can you tell me my dream and what it means?
Daniel answered,
Your Majesty, not even the smartest person in all the world can do what you are demanding. But the God who rules from heaven can explain mysteries. And while you were sleeping, he showed you what will happen in the future. However, you must realize that these mysteries weren't explained to me because I'm smarter than everyone else. Instead, it was done so that you would understand what you have seen. Your Majesty, what you saw standing in front of you was a huge and terrifying statue, shining brightly. Its head was made of gold, its chest and arms were silver, and from its waist down to its knees it was bronze. From there to its ankles it was iron, and its feet were a mixture of iron and clay. As you watched, a stone was cut from a mountain, but not by human hands. The stone struck the feet, completely shattering the iron and clay. Then the iron, the clay, the bronze, the silver, and the gold were crushed and blown away without a trace, like husks of wheat at threshing time. But the stone became a tremendous mountain that covered the entire earth. That was the dream, and now I'll tell you what it means. Your Majesty, you are the greatest of kings, and God has highly honored you with power over all humans, animals, and birds. You are the head of gold. After you are gone, another kingdom will rule, but it won't be as strong. Then it will be followed by a kingdom of bronze that will rule the whole world. Next, a kingdom of iron will come to power, crushing and shattering everything. This fourth kingdom will be divided.
It will be both strong and brittle, just as you saw that the feet and toes were a mixture of iron and clay. This kingdom will be the result of a marriage between kingdoms, but it will crumble just as iron and clay don't stick together. During the time of those kings, the God who rules from heaven will set up an eternal kingdom that will never fall. It will be like the stone that was cut from the mountain, but not by human hands, the stone that crushed the iron, bronze, clay, silver, and gold. Your Majesty, in your dream, the great God has told you what is going to happen, and you can trust this interpretation.
King Nebuchadnezzar bowed low to the ground and worshipped Daniel. Then he gave orders for incense to be burned and a sacrifice of grain to be offered in honor of Daniel. The king said,
"Now I know that your God is above all other gods and kings."
Hold up. Oh boy, it sounds so annoying, the names. You notice how this also happened to Joseph. Also notice how God does in fact give unbelievers visions, but don't have the Holy Spirit, which is why they need someone else to interpret them. Oh yeah, I mean it do be. I feel like God talks to every and anybody, or like through dreams or through stuff or whatever. I don't know, like even Muslims or whatever. With their main thing that they, I guess accept signs through, if you will, is dreams or whatever, because dreams are supposed to be a supernatural meaning in their religion or have supernatural meaning, and even a lot of Muslims have had dreams recently of apparently seeing like the face of Jesus or whatever, seeing Jesus standing there, basically like, yeah, you're wrong. This is not the right way. And if your religion basically puts all power basically in dreams, and you're dreaming of Jesus telling you your religion's wrong, then what does that kind of mean, in my opinion? It's like, yeah, no good. At least not for you. Seems like you need to get on with the Jesus,
Kings, because he gave you the power to explain this mystery.
The king then presented Daniel with a lot of gifts. He promoted him
to show that he really calls people and many don't call out to him. Facts, bro.
The king appointed Shadrach.
I think, don't quote me, but I'm pretty sure in Psalm somewhere it says the Lord looks down from heaven and tries to find one righteous person or one good person, and there's none. And basically that they all turned from the Lord or whatever. So like, I don't know, don't quote, I mean, maybe I was reading too deep into it or whatever, but I was thinking of that before, and I was like, I feel like, none of us actually come to Christ on our own, you know what I mean? If we come to Jesus or whatever, it's simply because he was calling us towards him, and then we accepted his calling, if you know what I mean. Because if none of us are really seeking the Lord, then why would any of us actually have a desire to go after the Lord, unless, we actually... the stupid controller. Unless, unless we were actually being called first by God or by Jesus. But yeah, damn, I didn't use my controller for so long, I decided to say, F me!
Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego to high positions in Babylon province. And he let Daniel stay on as a palace official.
Yeah, he literally calls us first,
Daniel,
right?
Chapter 3.
Yes, sir.
King Nebuchadnezzar ordered a gold statue to be built 90 feet high and 9 feet wide. He had set it up in Dura Valley near the city of Babylon, and he commanded his governors, advisors, treasurers, judges, and his other officials to come from everywhere in his kingdom to the dedication of the statue. So all of them came and stood in front of it. Then an official stood up and announced,
"People of every nation and race, now listen to the king's command. Trumpets, flutes, harps, and all other kinds of musical instruments will soon start playing. When you hear the music, you must bow down and worship the statue the King Nebuchadnezzar has set up. Anyone who refuses will at once be thrown into a flaming furnace."
As soon as the people heard the music, they bowed down and worshipped the gold statue that the king had set up. Some Babylonians used this as a chance to accuse the Jews to King Nebuchadnezzar. They said,
"Your Majesty, we hope you live forever. You commanded everyone to bow down and worship the gold statue when the music played, and you said that anyone who did not bow down and worship it would be thrown into a flaming furnace. Sir, you appointed 3 men to high positions in Babylon province, but they have disobeyed you. Those Jews, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, refused to worship the statue you have set up."
King Nebuchadnezzar Nebuchadnezzar was furious, so he sent forth the 3 young men and said, I hear that you refuse to worship my gods and the gold statue I have set up. Now, I'm going to give you one more chance. If you bow down and worship the statue when you hear the music, everything will be all right. But if you don't, you will at once be thrown into a flaming furnace.
Total tell?
Can save you
I think that's what you're trying to say. Total tell?
Your Majesty, we don't need to defend ourselves. The God we worship can save us.
Or total hell? Maybe total hell. I don't know.
We still won't worship your gods and the gold statue you have set up.
Nebuchadnezzar's face twisted with anger at the 3 men, and he ordered the furnace to be heated 7 times hotter than usual. Next, he commanded some of his strongest soldiers to tie up the men and throw them into the flaming furnace.
Oh, well, Tattletale? Okay, yeah. Tattletale? Yeah. I get what you're saying, yeah.
And threw them into the flaming furnace with all their clothes still on, including their
Honestly, I don't even know if I know how to spell that. So that could be the right way. I'm just never seen it before.
Weren't only 3 men tied up and thrown into the fire?
Yes, Your Majesty, the people answered. But I see 4 men walking around in the fire.
The king replied,
None of them
Me either, but it would really be.
And the 4th one looks like a god.
Nebuchadnezzar went closer to the flaming furnace and said to the 3 young men,
You servants of the Most High God, come out at once.
They came out, and the king's high officials...
I don't spell, I sound things out. Well, it'd be though, bro.
They were not burned. Their hair wasn't scorched, and their clothes didn't even smell like
That do be me too.
King Nebuchadnezzar said,
I'm a little iffy at spelling just because of memory, but I suck at spelling. I'm not gonna pretend I'm good. I suck.
Yes, they chose to die rather than to worship or serve any god except their own. And I won't allow people of any nation or race to say anything against their god. Anyone who does will be chopped up, and their houses will be torn down, because no other god has such great power to save.
After this happened, the king appointed Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego to even higher positions in Babylon province.
Daniel chapter 4.
King Nebuchadnezzar sent the following letter to the people of all nations and races on the earth.
Greetings to all of you. I'm glad to tell you about the wonderful miracles God Most High has done for me. His miracles are mighty and marvelous. He will rule forever, and his kingdom will never end. I was enjoying a time of peace and prosperity, when suddenly I had some horrifying dreams and visions. Then I commanded every wise man in Babylonia to appear in my court, so they could explain the meaning of my dream. After they arrived, I told them my dream, but they were not able to say what it meant. Finally, a young man named Daniel came in, and I told him the dream. The holy gods had given him special powers, and I had renamed him Belteshazzar, after my own god. I said, Belteshazzar, not only are you the wisest of all advisors and counselors, but the holy gods have given you special powers to solve the most difficult mysteries. So listen to what I dreamed, and tell me what it means. In my sleep, I saw a very tall tree in the center of the world. It grew stronger and higher until it reached to heaven and could be seen from anywhere on earth. It was covered with leaves and heavy with fruit, enough for all nations. Wild animals enjoyed its shade, birds nested in its branches, and all creatures on earth lived on its fruit. While I was in bed, having this vision, a holy angel came down from heaven and shouted,
Chop down the tree and cut off its branches. Strip off its leaves and scatter its fruit. Make the animals leave its shade and send the birds flying from its branches. But leave its stump and roots in the ground, surrounded by grass and held by chains of iron and bronze. Make sure that this ruler lives like the animals out in the open fields, unprotected from the dew. Give him the mind of a wild animal for 7 long years. This punishment is given at the command of the holy angels. It will show to all who live that God Most High controls all kingdoms and chooses for their rulers persons of humble birth.
Daniel, was the dream that none of the wise men in my kingdom were able to understand. But I am sure that you will understand what it means, because the holy gods have given you some special powers. For a while, Daniel was terribly confused and worried by what he was thinking. But I said, don't be bothered either by the dream or by what it means.
Daniel replied, Your Majesty, I wish the dream had been against your enemies. You saw a tree that grew so big and strong that it reached up to heaven and could be seen from anywhere on earth. Its leaves were beautiful, and it produced enough fruit for all living creatures. Animals lived in its shade, and birds nested in its branches. Your Majesty, that tree is you. Your glorious reputation has reached heaven, and your kingdom covers the earth. Then you saw a holy angel come down from heaven and say,
Chop down the tree and destroy it, but leave its stump and roots in the ground, fastened there by a chain of iron and bronze. Let it stay for 7 years out in the field with the wild animals, unprotected from the dew.
Your Majesty, God Most High has sent you this message, and it means that you will be forced to live with the wild animals, far away from humans. You will eat grass like a wild animal and live outdoors for 7 years until you learn that God Most High controls all earthly kingdoms and chooses their rulers. But he gave orders not to disturb the stump and roots. This is to show that you will be king once again after you learn that the God who rules from heaven is in control. Your Majesty, please be willing to do what I say. Turn from your sins and start living right. Have mercy on those who are mistreated. Then all will go well with you for a long time.
About 12 months later, I was walking on the flat roof of my royal palace and admiring the beautiful city of Babylon when these things started happening to me. I was saying to myself, just look at this wonderful capital city that I have built by my own power and for my own glory. But before I could finish speaking, a voice from heaven interrupted.
King Nebuchadnezzar, this kingdom is no longer yours. You will be forced to live with the wild animals away from people. For 7 years you will eat grass as though you were an ox, until you learn that God Most High is in control of all earthly kingdoms, and that he is the one who
What an idiot, for real, bro. Like, you get told this, then you're like, yeah, I'm just better than God, yo. It's like, what? I mean, I guess he didn't say that exactly, but basically, you know, I got this from my power, not from God. It's like, God literally just told you not to do that, and what do? A year later, you do it.
I prayed to God in heaven, and my mind was healed. Then I said, I praise and honor God Most High. He lives forever. And
like, I mean, obviously God doesn't need defending, but in God's defense, he told the guy, okay, in advance, like, gave him the dream, and the guy was like, nah, fam, nah.
When God does something, we cannot change it, or even ask why. At that time, my mind was healed, and once again I became the ruler of my glorious kingdom. My advisors and officials returned to me, and I had greater power than ever before. That's why I say, praise and honor the King who rules from heaven. Everything he does is honest and fair, and he can shatter the power of those who are proud.
Daniel chapter 5. One evening, King Belshazzar gave a great banquet for 1,000 of his highest officials, and he drank wine with them. He got drunk and ordered his servants to bring in the gold and silver cups his father Nebuchadnezzar had taken from the temple in Jerusalem. Belshazzar wanted the cups so that he and all his wives and officials could drink from them. When the gold cups were brought in, everyone at the banquet drank from them and praised their idols made of gold, silver, bronze, iron, wood, and stone. Suddenly, a human hand was seen writing on the plaster wall of the palace. The hand was just behind the lampstand, and the king could see it writing. He was so frightened that his face turned pale, his knees started shaking, and his legs became weak.
Sigh, right?
Called in his advisors, who claimed they could talk with the spirits of the dead and understand the meanings found in the stars. He told them,
The man who can read this writing and tell me what it means will become the third most powerful man in my kingdom. He will wear robes of royal purple and a gold chain around his neck.
All of King Belshazzar's highest officials came in, but not one of them could read the writing or tell what it meant, and they were completely puzzled. Now the king was more afraid than ever before, and his face turned white as a ghost. When the queen heard the king and his officials talking, she came in and said,
Your Majesty, I hope you live forever. Don't be afraid or look so pale. In your kingdom, there is a man who has been given special powers by the holy gods. When your father, Nebuchadnezzar, was king, this man was known to be as smart, intelligent, and wise as the gods themselves. Your father put him in charge of all who claimed they could talk with the spirits, or understand the meanings in the stars, or tell about the future.
Oh, this is literally how God feels with me. You see them repent and then go right back to doing it. For real, bro. That's how. Yeah, that's how. Yeah.
And he will tell you.
I know that. Just because I'm calling somebody out doesn't mean I don't do it too sometimes.
So,
just in different ways.
Captives my father brought back from Judah. I was told that the gods have given you special powers, and that you are intelligent and very wise. Neither my advisors, nor the men who talk with the spirits of the dead could read this writing, or tell me what it means. But I've been told that you understand everything, and that you can solve difficult problems. Now then, if you can read this writing and tell me what it means, you will become the third most powerful man in my kingdom. You will wear royal purple robes and have a gold chain around your neck.
Daniel answered,
Your Majesty, I will read the writing and tell you what it means, but you may keep your gifts or give them to someone else. Sir, the Most High God made your father a great and powerful man, and brought him much honor and glory. God did such great things for him that people of all nations and races shook with fear. Your father had the power of life or death over everyone, and he could honor or ruin anyone he chose. But when he became proud and stubborn, his glorious kingdom was taken from him. His mind became like that of an animal, and he was forced to stay away from people and live with wild donkeys. Your father ate grass like an ox, and he slept outside where his body was soaked with dew. He was forced to do this until he learned that the Most High God rules all kingdoms on earth and chooses their kings. King Belshazzar, you knew all of this, but you still refused to honor the Lord who rules from heaven. Instead, you turned against him and ordered the cups from his temple to be brought here, so that you and your wives and officials could drink wine from them. You praised idols made of silver, gold, bronze, iron, wood, and stone, even though they cannot see or hear or think. You refused to worship the God who gives you breath and controls everything you do. That's why he sent the hand to write this message on the wall. The words written there are Mimi, which means numbered, Tekel, which means weighed, and Parsin, which means divided. God has numbered the days of your kingdom and has brought it to an end. He has weighed you on his balance scales, and you fall short of what it takes to be king. So God has divided your kingdom between the Medes and the Persians.
Belshazzar gave a command for Daniel to be made the third most powerful man in his kingdom and to be given a purple robe and a gold chain. The king was killed. Then Darius the Mede, who was 62 years old, took over his kingdom.
Daniel chapter 6.
Each one. In order to make sure that his government was run properly, Darius put 3 other officials in charge of the governors. One of these officials was Daniel, and he did his work so much better than the other governors and officials that the king decided to let him govern the whole kingdom. The other men tried to find something wrong with the way Daniel did his work for the king, but they could not accuse him of anything wrong because he was honest and faithful and did everything he was supposed to do.
Finally, they said to one another,
"We will never be able to bring any charge against Daniel, unless it has to do with his religion."
They all went to the king and said,
"Your Majesty, we hope you live forever. All of your officials, leaders, advisors, and governors agree that you should make a law forbidding anyone to pray to any god or human except you for the next 30 days. Everyone who disobeys this law must be thrown into a pit of lions. Order this to be written and then sign it so it cannot be changed, just as no written law of the Medes and Persians can be changed."
So King Darius made the law and had it written down. Daniel heard about the law, but when he returned home, he went upstairs and prayed in front of the window that faced Jerusalem. In the same way that he had always done, he knelt down in prayer 3 times a day, giving thanks to God. The men who had spoken to the king watched Daniel and saw him praying to his God for help. They went back to the king and said,
Didn't you make a law that forbids anyone to pray to any god or human except you for the next 30 days? And doesn't the law say that everyone who disobeys it will be thrown into a pit of lions?"
"Yes, that's the law I made."
The king agreed.
"And just like all written laws of the Medes and Persians, it cannot be changed."
The men then told the king,
"That Jew named Daniel, who was brought here as a captive, refuses to obey you or the law that you ordered to be written. And he still prays to his God 3 times a day."
The king was really upset to hear about this, and for the rest of the day he tried to think how he could save Daniel. At sunset, the men returned and said,
"Your Majesty, remember that no written law of the Medes and Persians can be changed, not even by the king."
So Darius ordered Daniel to be brought out and thrown into a pit of lions. But he said to Daniel,
"You have been faithful to your God, and I pray that he will rescue you."
A stone was rolled over the pit, and it was sealed. Then Darius and his officials stamped the seal to show that no one should let Daniel out. All night long, the king could not sleep. He did not eat anything, and he would not let anyone come in to entertain him. At daybreak, the king got up and ran to the pit. He was anxious and shouted,
"Daniel, you were faithful and served your God. Was he able to save you from the lions?"
Daniel answered,
"Your Majesty, I hope you live forever. My God knew that I was innocent, and he sent an angel to keep the lions from eating me. Your Majesty, I have never done anything to hurt you."
The king was relieved to hear Daniel's voice, and he gave orders for him to be taken out of the pit. Daniel's faith in his God had kept him from being harmed, and the king ordered the men who had brought charges against Daniel to be thrown into the pit together with their wives and children. But before they even reached the bottom, the lions ripped them to pieces. King Darius then sent this message to all people of every nation and race in the world.
"Greetings to all of you. I command everyone in my kingdom to worship and honor the God of Daniel. He is the living God, the one who lives forever. His power and his kingdom will never end. He rescues people and sets them free by working great miracles. Daniel's God has rescued him from the power of the lions."
All went well for Daniel while Darius was king, and even when Cyrus the Persian ruled.
Daniel, chapter 7.
Daniel wrote,
"In the first year of King Belshazzar of Babylonia, I had some dreams and visions when I was asleep one night, and I wrote them down.
Oh yeah, you mean the wise man who threw Daniel in the lion's den? Or who tricked the king into doing it?
Each beast was different. The first was like a lion with the wings of an eagle. As I watched, its wings were pulled off. Then it was lifted to an upright position and made to stand on 2 feet, just like a human. And it was given a human mind. The second beast looked like a bear standing on its hind legs. It held 3 ribs in its teeth, and it was told,
"Attack! Eat all the flesh you want."
The third beast was like a leopard, except that it had 4 wings and 4 heads. It was given authority to rule. The fourth beast was stronger and more terrifying than the others. Its huge teeth were made of iron, and what it didn't grind with its teeth, it smashed with its feet. It was different from the others, and it had horns on its head, 10 of them. Just as I was thinking about these horns, a smaller horn appeared, and 3 of the other horns were pulled up by the roots to make room for it. This horn had the eyes of a human, and a mouth that spoke with great pride. Thrones were set up while I was watching, and the eternal God took his place. His clothing and his hair were white as snow. His throne was a blazing fire with fiery wheels, and flames were dashing out from all around him. Countless thousands were standing there to serve him. The time of judgment began, and the books were opened. I watched closely to see what would happen to this smaller horn because of the arrogant things it was saying. Then, before my very eyes, the 4th beast was killed, and its body destroyed by fire. The other 3 beasts had their authority taken from them, but they were allowed to live a while longer. As I continued to watch the vision that night, I saw what looked like a son of man coming with the clouds of heaven, and he was presented to the eternal God. He was crowned king and given power and glory, so that all people of every nation and race would serve him. He will rule forever, and his kingdom is eternal, never to be destroyed.
Daniel wrote?
I was terrified by these visions, and I didn't know what to think. So I asked one of those standing there, and he explained.
The 4 beasts are 4 earthly kingdoms, but God Most High will give his kingdom to his chosen ones, and it will be theirs forever and ever.
I wanted to know more about the 4th beast, because it was so different and much more terrifying than the others. What was the meaning of its iron teeth and bronze claws, and of its feet that smashed what the teeth and claws had not ground and crushed? I also wanted to know more about
I think you just saw Jesus, dude. Oh, yes, sir. Bro, I'm fucking, yeah. I'm dozing off after the 24-hour stuff again. I'm being stupid.
And seemed greater than the others. While I was looking, this horn attacked God's
chosen ones
and was winning the battle. Then God Most High, the eternal God, came and judged in favor of his chosen ones, because the time had arrived for them to be given the kingdom. Then I was told by the one standing there.
The 4th beast will be a 4th kingdom to appear on earth. It will be different from all the others. It will trample the earth and crush it to pieces. All 10 of those horns are kings who will come from this kingdom, and 1 more will follow. This horn will be different from the others, and it will conquer 3 other kings. This king will speak evil of God Most High, and he will be cruel to God's chosen ones. He will try to change God's law and the sacred seasons, and he will be able to do this for a time, 2 times, and half a time. But he will finally be judged, and his kingdom completely destroyed. Then the greatest kingdom of all will be given to the chosen ones of God Most High. His kingdom will be eternal, and all others will serve and obey him.
You should tired, dude. You should get some sleep. Yeah, I plan to in a little. I just don't know when.
And kept it all to myself.
Yeah, there's only 20 minutes left of this, Daniel.
Chapter 8. Daniel wrote,
in the 3rd year of
I'll try to get through this 20 minutes, because I gotta shield my castles on a game too, and then go to bed.
city of Babylonia's Elam province. I was beside the Ulai River when I looked up
and then wake up and hopefully get on earlier.
With 2 horns on its head. Both of them were long, but the second one was longer than the first. The ram went charging towards the west, the north, and the south. No other animals were strong enough to oppose him, and nothing could save them from his power. So he did as he pleased, and became even more powerful. I kept on watching, and saw a goat come from the west and charge across the entire earth without even touching the ground. Between his eyes was a powerful horn, and with tremendous anger, the goat started toward the ram that I had seen beside the river. The goat was so fierce that its attack broke both horns of the ram, leaving him powerless. Then the goat stomped on the ram, and no one could do anything to help. After this, the goat became even more powerful, but at the peak of his power, his mighty horn was broken, and 4 other mighty horns took its place, one pointing to the north and one to the east, one to the south, and one to the west. A little horn came from one of these, and its power reached to the south, the east, and even to the Holy Land. It became so strong that it attacked the stars in the sky, which were heaven's army. Then it threw some of them down to the earth and stomped on them. It humiliated heaven's army and dishonored its leader by keeping him from offering the daily sacrifices. In fact, it was so terrible that it even disgraced the temple and wiped out true worship. It also did everything else it wanted to do. Then one of the holy angels asked another,
"When will the daily sacrifices be offered again? What about this horrible rebellion? When will the temple and heaven's army no longer be trampled in the dust?"
The other answered,
"It will be 2,300 evenings and mornings before the temple is dedicated and in use again."
Daniel wrote, I was trying to figure out the meaning of the vision when someone suddenly appeared there beside me. And from beside the Ulai River, a voice like that of a human said,
"Gabriel, help him understand the vision."
Gabriel came over, and I fell to the ground in fear. Then he said,
"You are merely a human, but you need to understand that this vision is about the end of time."
While he was speaking, I fell face down in a deep sleep. But he lifted me to my feet and said,
"Listen, and I will tell you what will happen at the end of time, when God has chosen to show his anger. The two horns of the ram are the kings of Media and Persia. The goat is the kingdom of Greece, and the powerful horn between his eyes is the first of its kings. After this horn is broken, 4 other kingdoms will appear, but they won't be as strong. When these rulers have become as evil as possible, their power will end. And then a king who is dangerous and cannot be trusted will appear. He will gain strength, but not on his own, and he will cause terrible destruction. He will wipe out powerful leaders.
I'm just gonna stand here while this plays, because holy
His
fuck.
deceitful lies will make him so successful that he will think he is really great. Suddenly, he will kill many people, and he will even attack God, the supreme ruler, but God will crush him. This vision about the evenings and mornings is true, but these things won't happen for a long time, so don't tell it to others.
After this, I was so worn out and weak that it was several days before I could get out of bed and go about my duties for the king. I was disturbed by this vision that made no sense to me.
Daniel chapter 9.
Daniel wrote, Some years later, Darius the Mede, who was the son of Xerxes, had become king of Babylonia. And during his first year as king, I found out from studying the writings of the prophets that the Lord had said to Jeremiah,
Jerusalem will lie in ruins for 70 years.
Then, to show my sorrow, I went without eating and dressed in sackcloth and sat in ashes. I confessed my sins and earnestly prayed to the Lord my God. Our Lord, you are a great and fearsome God, and you faithfully keep your agreement with those who love and obey you. But we have sinned terribly by rebelling against you and rejecting your laws and teachings. We have ignored the messages your servants, the prophets, spoke to our kings, our leaders, our ancestors, and everyone else. Everything you do is right, our Lord. But still we suffer public disgrace because we have been unfaithful and have sinned against you. This includes all of us, both far and near, the people of Judah, Jerusalem, and Israel, as well as those you dragged away to foreign lands, and even our kings, our officials, and our ancestors. Lord God, you are merciful and forgiving, even though we have rebelled against you and rejected your teachings that came to us from your servants, the prophets. Everyone in Israel has stubbornly refused to obey your laws. And so those curses written by your servant Moses have fallen upon us. You warned us and our leaders that Jerusalem would suffer the worst disaster in human history, and you did exactly as you had threatened. We have not escaped any of the terrible curses written by Moses, and yet we have refused to beg you for mercy and to remind ourselves of how faithful you have always been. And when you finally punished us with this horrible disaster, that was also the right thing to do, because we deserved it so much. Our Lord God, with your own mighty arm, you rescued us from Egypt and made yourself famous to this very day, but we have sinned terribly. In the past, you treated us with such kindness that we now beg you to stop being so terribly angry with Jerusalem. After all, it is your chosen city, built on your holy mountain, even though it has suffered public disgrace because of our sins and those of our ancestors. I am your servant, Lord God, and I beg you to answer my prayers and bring honor to yourself by having pity on your temple that lies in ruins. Please show mercy to your chosen city, not because we deserve it, but because of your great kindness. Forgive us. Hurry and do something, not only for your city and your chosen people, but to bring honor to yourself. I was still confessing my sins and those of all Israel to the Lord my God, and I was praying for the good of his holy mountain, when Gabriel suddenly came flying in at the time of the evening sacrifice. This was the same Gabriel I had seen in my vision, and he explained,
Daniel, I am here to help you understand the vision. God thinks highly of you, and at the very moment you started praying, I was sent to give you the answer. God has decided that for 70 weeks your people and your holy city must suffer as the price of their sins. Then evil will disappear, and justice will rule forever. The visions and words of the prophets will come true, and a most holy place will be dedicated. You need to realize that from the command to rebuild Jerusalem until the coming of the chosen leader, it will be 7 weeks and another 62 weeks. Streets will be built in Jerusalem, and a trench will be dug around the city for protection, but these will be difficult times. At the end of the 62 weeks, the chosen leader will be killed and left with nothing. A foreign ruler and his army will sweep down like a mighty flood, leaving both the city and the temple in ruins. And war and destruction will continue until the end, just as God has decided. For 1 week, this foreigner will make a firm agreement with many people, and halfway through this week, he will end all sacrifices and offerings. Then the horrible thing that causes destruction will be put there, and it will stay there until the time God has decided to destroy this one who destroys.
Daniel chapter 10. In the 3rd year of Cyrus the king of Persia, a message came to Daniel from God, and it was explained in a vision. The message was about a horrible war, and it was true. Daniel wrote,
For 3 weeks I was in sorrow. I ate no fancy food or meat. I drank no wine, and I put no olive oil on my face or hair. Then, on the 24th day of the 1st month, I was standing on the banks of the great Tigris River, when I looked up and saw someone dressed in linen and wearing a solid gold belt. His body was like a precious stone, his face like lightning, his eyes like flaming fires, his arms and legs like polished bronze, and his voice like the roar of a crowd. Although the people who were with me did not see the vision, they became so frightened that they scattered and hid. Only I saw this great vision. I became weak and pale, and at the sound of his voice I fell face down in a deep sleep. He raised me to my hands and knees, and then said,
Daniel, your God thinks highly of you, and he has sent me. So stand up and pay close attention.
I stood trembling, while the angel said,
Daniel, don't be afraid. God has listened to your prayers since the first day you humbly asked for understanding, and he has sent me here. But the guardian angel of Persia opposed me for 21 days. Then Michael, who is one of the strongest guardian angels, came to rescue me from the kings of Persia. Now I have come here to give you another vision about what will happen to your people in the future.
While this angel was speaking to me, I stared at the ground, speechless. Then he appeared in human form and touched my lips. I said, Sir, this vision has brought me great pain and has drained my strength. I am merely your servant. How can I possibly speak with someone so powerful when I am almost too weak to get my breath? The angel touched me a second time and said,
Don't be frightened. God thinks highly of you, and he intends this for your good, so be brave and strong.
At this, I regained my strength and replied, Please speak. You have already made me feel much better. Then the angel said,
Now do you understand why I have come? Soon I must leave to fight against the guardian angel of Persia. Then, after I've defeated him, the guardian angel of Greece will attack me. I will tell you what is written in the Book of Truth, but first you must realize that no one except Michael, the guardian angel of Israel, is on my side.
Daniel chapter 11.
You also need to know that I protected and helped Darius the Mede in his first year as king. What I am going to tell you is certain to happen. 4 kings will rule Persia, one after the other, but the 4th one will become much richer than the others. In fact, his wealth will make him so powerful that he will turn everyone against the kingdom of Greece. Then a mighty king will come to power and will be able to do whatever he pleases. But suddenly, his kingdom will be crushed and scattered to the 4 corners of the earth, where 4 more kingdoms will rise. But these won't be ruled by his descendants, or be as powerful as his kingdom. The king of the south will grow powerful. Then one of his generals will rebel and take over most of the kingdom. Years later, the southern kingdom and the northern kingdom will make a treaty, and the daughter of the king of the south will marry the king of the north. But she will lose her power. Then she, her husband, their child, and the servants who came with her will all be killed. After this, one of her relatives will become the ruler of the southern kingdom. He will attack the army of the northern kingdom and capture its fortresses. Then he will carry their idols to Egypt, together with their precious treasures of silver and gold. But it will be a long time before he attacks the northern kingdom again. Some years later, the king of the north will invade the southern kingdom, but he will be forced back to his own country. The sons of the king of the north will gather a huge army that will sweep down like a roaring flood, reaching all the way to the fortress of the southern kingdom. But this will make the king of the south angry, and he will defeat this large army from the north. The king of the south will feel proud because of the many thousands he has killed, but his victories won't last long, because the king of the north will gather a larger and more powerful army than ever before. Then, in a few years, he will start invading other countries. At this time, many of your own people will try to make this vision come true by rebelling against the king of the south, but their rebellion will fail. Then the army from the north will surround and capture a fortress in the south, and not even the most experienced troops of the southern kingdom will be able to make them retreat. The king who invaded from the north will do as he pleases, and he will even capture and destroy the Holy Land. In fact, he will decide to invade the south with his entire army. Then he will attempt to make peace by giving the king of the south a bride from the northern kingdom, but this won't be successful. Afterwards, this proud king of the north will invade and conquer many of the nations along the coast, but a military leader will defeat him and make him lose his pride. He will retreat to his fortresses in his own country, but on the way he will be defeated and never again be seen. The next king of the north will try to collect taxes for the glory of his kingdom. However, he will come to a sudden end in some mysterious way, instead of in battle or because of someone's anger. The successor of this king of the north will be a worthless nobody who doesn't come from a royal family. He will suddenly appear and gain control of the kingdom by treachery. Then he will destroy armies and remove God's chosen high priest. He will make a treaty, but he will be deceitful and break it, even though he has only a few followers. Without warning, he will successfully invade a wealthy province, which is something his ancestors never did. Then he will divide among his followers all of its treasures and property, but none of this will last very long. He will gather a large and powerful army, and with great courage he will attack the king of the south. The king of the south will meet him with a much stronger army, but he will lose the battle, because he will be betrayed by members of the royal court. He will be ruined, and most of his army will be slaughtered. The two kings will meet around a table and tell evil lies to each other, but their plans will fail, because God has already decided what will happen. Then the king of the north will return to his country with great treasures, but on the way he will attack the religion of God's people and do whatever else he pleases. At the time God has decided, the king of the north will invade the southern kingdom again, but this time things will be different. Ships from the west will come to attack him, and he will be discouraged. Then he will start back to his own country and take out his anger on the religion of God's faithful people, while showing kindness to those who are unfaithful. He will send troops to pollute the temple and the fortress, and he will stop the daily sacrifices. Then he will set up that horrible thing that causes destruction. The king will use deceit to win followers from those who are unfaithful to God, but those who remain faithful will do everything possible to oppose him. Wise leaders will instruct many of the people, but for a while, some of these leaders will either be killed with swords or burned alive, or else robbed of their possessions and thrown into prison. They will receive only a little help in their time of trouble. and many of their followers will be treacherous. Some of those who are wise will suffer, so that God will make them pure and acceptable until the end, which will still come at the time he has decided. This king will do as he pleases. He will proudly claim to be greater than any god, and will insult the only true God. Indeed, he will be successful until God is no longer angry with his people. This king will reject the gods his ancestors worshipped, and the god preferred by women. In fact, he will put himself above all gods, and worship only the so-called god of fortresses, who was unknown to his ancestors. And he will honor it with gold, silver, precious stones, and other costly gifts. With the help of this foreign god, he will capture the strongest fortresses. Everyone who worships this god will be put in a position of power and rewarded with wealth and land. At the time of the end, the king of the south will attack the kingdom of the north. But its king will rush out like a storm with war chariots, cavalry, and many ships. Indeed, his forces will flood one country after another. And when they reach the Holy Land, tens of thousands will be killed. But the countries of Edom and Moab and the ruler of Ammon will escape. The king of the north will invade many countries, including Egypt, and he will take its rich treasures of gold and silver. He will also conquer Libya and Ethiopia, but he will be alarmed by news from the east and the north, and he will become furious and cause great destruction. After this, he will set up camp between the Mediterranean Sea and Mount Zion. Then he will be destroyed, and no one will be able to save him.
Daniel, chapter 12.
Michael, the chief of the angels, is the protector of your people, and he will come at a time of terrible suffering, the worst in all of history. And your people who have their names written in the book will be protected. Many of those who lie dead in the ground will rise from death. Some of them will be given eternal life, and others will receive nothing but eternal shame and disgrace. Everyone who has been wise will shine as bright as the sky above, and everyone who has led others to please God will shine like the stars. Daniel, I now command you to keep the message of this book secret until the end of time, even though many people will go everywhere, searching for the knowledge to be found in it.
Daniel wrote,
I looked around and saw two other people, one on this side of the river and one on the other side. The angel who had spoken to me was dressed in linen and was standing upstream from them. So one of the two beside the river asked him,
How long before these amazing things happen?
The angel then raised both hands toward heaven and said,
In the name of the God who lives forever, I solemnly promise that it will be a time, 2 times, and half a time. Everything will be over when the suffering of God's holy people comes to an end.
I heard what the angel said, but I didn't understand. So I asked, Sir, how will it all end? The angel in my vision then replied,
Daniel, go about your business, because the meaning of this message will remain secret until the end of time. Many people will have their hearts and lives made pure and clean, but those who are evil will keep on being evil and never understand. Only the wise will understand. There will be 1,290 days from the time that the daily sacrifices are stopped until someone sets up the horrible thing that causes destruction. God will bless everyone who patiently waits until 1,335 days have gone by. So, Daniel, be faithful until the end. You will rest, and at the end of time you will rise from death to receive your reward.
those who had faith and were patient until God kept his promise to them. No one is greater than God. So he made a promise in his own name when he said to Abraham,
I, the Lord, will bless you with many descendants.
Then after Abraham had been very patient, he was given what God had promised. When anyone wants to settle an argument, they make a vow by using the name of someone or something greater than themselves. So when God wanted to prove for certain that his promise to his people could not be broken, he made a vow. God cannot tell lies, and so his promises and vows are two things that can never be changed.
We have run to God for safety. Now his promises should greatly encourage us to take hold of the hope that is right in front of us. This hope is like a firm and steady anchor for our souls. In fact, hope reaches behind the curtain and into the most holy place. Jesus has gone there ahead of us, and he is our high priest forever, just like Melchizedek. Hebrews 7. Melchizedek was both king of Salem and priest of God Most High. He was the one who went out and gave Abraham his blessing when Abraham returned from killing the kings. Then Abraham gave him a tenth of everything he had. The meaning of the name Melchizedek is the king who brings justice. But since Salem means peace, he is also king who brings peace. We are not told that he had a father or mother or ancestors or beginning or end. He is like the Son of God and will be a priest forever. Notice how great Melchizedek is. Our famous ancestor Abraham gave him a tenth of what he had taken from his enemies. The law teaches that even Abraham's descendants must give a tenth of what they possess, and they are to give this to their own relatives, who are the descendants of Levi and are priests. Although Melchizedek was not a descendant of Levi, Abraham gave him a tenth of what he had. Then Melchizedek blessed Abraham, who had been given God's promise. Everyone agrees that a person who gives a blessing is greater than the one who receives the blessing. Priests are given a tenth of what people earn, but all priests die, except Melchizedek, and the scriptures teach that he is alive. Levi's descendants are now the ones who receive a tenth from people. We could even say that when Abraham gave Melchizedek a tenth, Levi also gave him a tenth. This is because Levi was born later into the family of Abraham, who gave a tenth to Melchizedek. Even though the law of Moses says that the priest must be descendants of Levi, those priests cannot make anyone perfect. So there needs to be a priest like Melchizedek, rather than one from the priestly family of Aaron. And when the rules for selecting a priest are changed, the law must also be changed. The person we are talking about is our Lord, who came from a tribe that had never had anyone to serve as a priest at the altar. Everyone knows he came from the tribe of Judah, and Moses never said that priest would come from that tribe. All of this becomes clearer when someone who is like Melchizedek is appointed to be a priest. That person was not appointed because of his ancestors, but because his life can never end. The scriptures say about him,
"You are a priest forever, just like Melchizedek."
In this way, a weak and useless command was put aside, because the law cannot make anything perfect. At the same time, we are given a much better hope, and it can bring us close to God. God himself made a promise when this priest was appointed, but he did not make a promise like this when the other priests were appointed. The promise he made is,
"I, the Lord, promise that you will be a priest forever, and I will never change my mind."
This means that Jesus guarantees us a better agreement with God. There have been a lot of other priests, and all of them have died, but Jesus will never die, and so he will be a priest forever. He is forever able to save the people he leads to God, because he always lives to speak to God for them. Jesus is the high priest we need. He is holy and innocent and faultless, and not at all like us sinners. Jesus is honored above all beings in heaven, and he is better than any other high priest. Jesus does not need to offer sacrifices each day for his own sins, and then for the sins of the people. He offered a sacrifice once for all when he gave himself. The law appoints priests who have weaknesses, but God's promise, which came later than the law, appoints his Son, and he is the perfect high priest forever. Hebrews 8. What I mean is that we have a high priest who sits at the right side of God's great throne in heaven. He also serves as the priest in the most holy place inside the real tent there in heaven. This tent of worship was set up by the Lord, not by humans. Since all priests must offer gifts and sacrifices, Christ also needed to have something to offer. If he were here on earth, he would not be a priest at all, because here the law appoints other priests to offer sacrifices. But the tent where they serve is just a copy and a shadow of the real one in heaven. Before Moses made the tent, he was told,
"Be sure to make it exactly like the pattern you were shown on the mountain."
Now Christ has been appointed to serve as a priest in a much better way, and he has given us much assurance of a better agreement. If the first agreement with God had been all right, there would not have been any need for another one. But the Lord found fault with it and said,
I tell you the time will come when I will make a new agreement with the people of Israel and the people of Judah. It won't be like the agreement that I made with their ancestors when I took them by the hand and led them out of Egypt. They broke their agreement with me, and I stopped caring about them. But now I tell the people of Israel, this is my new agreement. The time will come when I, the Lord, will write my laws on their minds and hearts. I will be their God, and they will be my people. Not one of them will have to teach another to know me, their Lord. All of them will know me, no matter who they are. I will treat them with kindness, even though they are wicked. I will surely forget their sins.
When the Lord talks about a new agreement, he means that the first one is out of date, and anything that is old and useless will soon disappear. Hebrews 9. The first promise that was made included rules for worship and the tent for worship here on earth. The first part of the tent was called the holy place, and a lampstand, a table, and the sacred loaves of bread were kept there. Behind the curtain was the most holy place. The gold altar that was used for burning incense was in this holy place. The gold-covered sacred chest was also there, and inside it were three things. First, there was a gold jar filled with manna. Then there was Aaron's walking stick that sprouted. Finally, there were the flat stones with the 10 Commandments written on them. On top of the chest were the glorious creatures with wings opened out above the place of mercy. Now is not the time to go into detail about these things, but this is how everything was when the priest went each day into the first part of the tent to do their duties. However, only the high priest could go into the second part of the tent, and he went in only once a year. Each time he carried blood to offer for his sins and for any sins that the people had committed without meaning to. All of this is the Holy Spirit's way of saying that no one could enter the most holy place while the tent was still the place of worship. This also has a meaning for today. It shows that we cannot make our consciences clear by offering gifts and sacrifices. These rules are merely about such things as eating and drinking and ceremonies for washing ourselves. And rules about physical things will last only until the time comes to change them for something better. Christ came as the high priest of the good things that are now here. He also went into a much better tent that was not made by humans and that does not belong to this world. Then Christ went once for all into the most holy place and freed us from sin forever. He did this by offering his own blood instead of the blood of goats and bulls. According to the Jewish religion, those people who become unclean are not fit to worship God. Yet they will be considered clean if they are sprinkled with the blood of goats and bulls and with the ashes of a sacrificed calf. But Christ was sinless, and he offered himself as an eternal and spiritual sacrifice to God. That's why his blood is much more powerful and makes our consciences clear. Now we can serve the living God and no longer do things that lead to death. Christ died to rescue those who had sinned and broken the old agreement. Now he brings his chosen ones a new agreement with its guarantee of God's eternal blessings. In fact, making an agreement of this kind is like writing a will. This is because the one who makes the will must die before it is of any use. In other words, a will does not go into effect as long as the one who made it is still alive. Blood was also used to put the first agreement into effect. Moses told the people all that the law said they must do. Then he used red wool and a hyssop plant to sprinkle the people and the book of the law with the blood of bulls and goats and with water. He told the people,
"With this blood, God makes his agreement with you."
Moses also sprinkled blood on the tent and on everything else that was used in worship. The law says that almost everything must be sprinkled with blood, and no sins can be forgiven unless blood is offered. These things are only copies of what is in heaven, and so they had to be made holy by these ceremonies. But the real things in heaven must be made holy by something better. This is why Christ did not go into a tent that had been made by humans and was only a copy of the real one. Instead, he went into heaven and is now there with God to help us. Christ did not have to offer himself many times. He was not like a high priest who goes into the most holy place each year to offer the blood of an animal. If he had offered himself every year, he would have suffered many times since the creation of the world. But instead, near the end of time, he offered himself once and for all, so that he could be a sacrifice that does away with sin. We die only once, and then we are judged. So Christ died only once to take away the sins of many people. But when he comes again, it will not be to take away sin. He will come to save everyone who is waiting for him. Hebrews 10. The law of Moses is like a shadow of the good things to come. The shadow is not the good things themselves, because it cannot free people from sin by the sacrifices that are offered year after year. If there were worshippers who already have their sins washed away and their consciences made clear, there would not be any need to go on offering sacrifices. But the blood of bulls and goats cannot take away sins. It only reminds people of their sins from one year to the next. When Christ came into the world, he said to God,
"Sacrifices and offerings are not what you want, but you have given me my body. No, you are not pleased with animal sacrifices and offerings for sin."
Then Christ said,
"And so, my God, I have come to do what you want, as the scriptures say."
The law teaches that offerings and sacrifices must be made because of sin. But why did Christ mention these things and say that God did not want them? Well, it was to do away with offerings and sacrifices and to replace them. That is what he meant by saying to God,
"I have come to do what you want."
So we are made holy because Christ obeyed God and offered himself once for all. The priests do their work each day, and they keep on offering sacrifices that can never take away sins. But Christ offered himself as a sacrifice that is good forever. Now he is sitting at God's right side, and he will stay there until his enemies are put under his power. By his one sacrifice, he has forever set free from sin the people he brings to God. The Holy Spirit also speaks of this by telling us that the Lord said,
"When the time comes, I will make an agreement with them. I will write my laws on their minds and hearts. Then I will forget about their sins and no longer remember their evil deeds."
When sins are forgiven, there is no more need to offer sacrifices. My friends, the blood of Jesus gives us courage to enter the most holy place by a new way that leads to life. And this way takes us through the curtain that is Christ himself. We have a great high priest who is in charge of God's house. So let's come near to God with pure hearts and a confidence that comes from having faith. Let's keep our hearts pure, our consciences free from evil, and our bodies washed with clean water. We must hold tightly to the hope that we say is ours. After all, we can trust the one who made the agreement with us. We should keep on encouraging each other to be thoughtful and to do helpful things. Some people have gotten out of the habit of meeting for worship, but we must not do that. We should keep on encouraging each other, especially since you know that the day of the Lord's coming is getting closer. No sacrifices can be made for people who decide to sin after they find out about the truth. They are God's enemies, and all they can look forward to is a terrible judgment and a furious fire. If 2 or more witnesses accused someone of breaking the law of Moses, that person could be put to death. But it is much worse to dishonor God's Son and to disgrace the blood of the promise that made us holy. And it is just as bad to insult the Holy Spirit who shows us mercy. We know that God has said he will punish and take revenge. We also know that the scriptures say the Lord will judge his people. It is a terrible thing to fall into the hands of the living God. Don't forget all the hard times you went through when you first received the light. Sometimes you were abused and mistreated in public, and at other times you shared in the suffering of others. You were kind to people in jail, and you gladly let your possessions be taken away because you knew you had something better, something that would last forever. Keep on being brave. It will bring you great rewards. Learn to be patient so that you will please God and be given what he has promised. As the scriptures say,
God is coming soon. It won't be very long. The people God accepts will live because of their faith. But he is not pleased with anyone who turns back.
We are not like those people who turn back and get destroyed. We will keep on having faith until we are saved. Hebrews 11. Faith makes us sure of what we hope for and gives us proof of what we cannot see. It was their faith that made our ancestors pleasing to God. Because of our faith, we know that the world was made at God's command. We also know that what can be seen was made out of what cannot be seen. Because Abel had faith, he offered God a better sacrifice than Cain did. God was pleased with him and his gift. And even though Abel is now dead, his faith still speaks for him. Enoch had faith and did not die. He pleased God, and God took him up to heaven. That's why his body was never found. But without faith, no one can please God. We must believe that God is real and that he rewards everyone who searches for him. Because Noah had faith, he was warned about something that had not yet happened. He obeyed and built a boat that saved him and his family. In this way, the people of the world were judged, and Noah was given the blessings that come to everyone who pleases God. Abraham had faith and obeyed God. He was told to go to the land that God had said would be his, and he left for a country he had never seen. Because Abraham had faith, he lived as a stranger in the promised land. He lived there in a tent, and so did Isaac and Jacob, who were later given the same promise. Abraham did this because he was waiting for the eternal city that God had planned and built. Even when Sarah was too old to have children, she had faith that God would do what he had promised, and she had a son. Her husband, Abraham, was almost dead, but he became the ancestor of many people. In fact, there are as many of them as there are stars in the sky, or grains of sand along the beach. Every one of those people died, but they still had faith, even though they had not received what they had been promised. They were glad just to see these things from far away, and they agreed that they were only strangers and foreigners on this earth. When people talk this way, it is clear that they are looking for a place to call their own. If they had been talking about the land where they had once lived, they could have gone back at any time. But they were looking forward to a better home in heaven. That's why God was not ashamed for them to call him their God. He even built a city for them. Abraham had been promised that Isaac, his only son, would continue his family. But when Abraham was tested, he had faith and was willing to sacrifice Isaac because he was sure that God could raise people to life. This was just like getting Isaac back from death. Isaac had faith, and he promised blessings to Jacob and Esau. Later, when Jacob was about to die, he leaned on his walking stick and worshipped. Then, because of his faith, he blessed each of Joseph's sons. And right before Joseph died, he had faith that God would lead the people of Israel out of Egypt, so he told them to take his bones with them. Because Moses' parents had faith, they kept him hidden until he was 3 months old. They saw that he was a beautiful child, and they were not afraid to disobey the king's orders. Then after Moses grew up, his faith made him refuse to be called Pharaoh's grandson. He chose to be mistreated with God's people as what he would receive from some posts, so that the firstborn sons of the people of Israel tried to do it. So what else can I say? Conquer kingdoms, and many of these people were tortured, beaten with whip. They died with them. But you are being corrected to be given best. His father once again.
Paul's letter to the church in Rome. Romans 1. From Paul, a servant of Christ Jesus. God chose me to be an apostle, and he appointed me to preach the good news that he promised long ago by what his prophets said in the Holy Scriptures. This good news is about his Son, our Lord Jesus Christ. As a human, he was from the family of David, but the Holy Spirit proved that Jesus is the powerful Son of God because he was raised from death. Jesus was kind to me and chose me to be an apostle so that people of all nations would obey and have faith. You are some of those people chosen by Jesus Christ. This letter will be kind to you and will bless you with peace. First, I thank God in the name of Jesus Christ for all of you. I do this because people everywhere in the world are talking about your faith. God has seen how I never stop praying for you, while I serve him with all my heart and tell the good news about his Son. In all my prayers, I ask God to make it possible for me to visit you. I want to see you and share with you the same blessings that God's Spirit has given me. Then you will grow stronger in your faith. What I am saying is that we can encourage each other by the faith that is ours. My friends, I want you to know that I have often planned to come for a visit, but something has always kept me from doing it. I want to win followers to Christ in Rome, as I have done in many other places. It doesn't matter if people are civilized and educated, or if they are uncivilized and uneducated. I must tell the good news to everyone. That's why I am eager to visit all of you in Rome. I am proud of the good news. It is God's powerful way of saving all people who have faith, whether they are Jews or Gentiles. The good news tells how God accepts everyone who has faith, but only those who have faith. It is just as the scriptures say. The people God accepts because of their faith will live. From heaven, God shows how angry he is with all the wicked and evil things that sinful people do to crush the truth. They know everything that can be known about God because God has shown it all to them. God's eternal power and character cannot be seen, but from the beginning of creation, God has shown what these are like by all he has made. That's why these people don't have any excuse. They know about God, but they don't honor him or even thank him. Their thoughts are useless and their stupid minds are in the dark. They claim to be wise, but they are fools. They don't worship the glorious and eternal God. Instead, they worship idols that are made to look like humans who cannot live forever, and like birds, animals, and reptiles. So God let these people go their own way. They did what they wanted to do, and their filthy thoughts made them do shameful things with their bodies. They gave up the truth about God for a lie, and they worshipped God's creation instead of God, who will be praised forever. Amen. God let them follow their own evil desires. Women no longer wanted to have sex in a natural way, and they did things with each other that were not natural. Men behaved in the same way. They stopped wanting to have sex with women and had strong desires for sex with other men. They did shameful things with each other, and what has happened to them is punishment for their foolish deeds. Since these people refused even to think about God, he let their useless minds rule over them. That's why they do all sorts of indecent things. They are evil, wicked, and greedy, as well as mean in every possible way. They want what others have, and they murder, argue, cheat, and are hard to get along with. They gossip, say cruel things about others, and hate God. They are proud, conceited, and boastful, always thinking up new ways to do evil. These people don't respect their parents. They are stupid, unreliable, and don't have any love or pity for others. They know God has said that anyone who acts this way deserves to die, but they keep on doing evil things and even encourage others to do them. Romans 2. Some of you accuse others of doing wrong, but there is no excuse for what you do. When you judge others, you condemn yourselves because you are guilty of doing the very same things. We know that God is right to judge everyone who behaves in this way. Do you really think God won't punish you when you behave exactly like the people you accuse? You surely don't think much of God's wonderful goodness or of his patience and willingness to put up with you. Don't you know that the reason God is good to you is because he wants you to turn to him? But you are stubborn and refuse to turn to God. So you are making things even worse for yourselves on that day when he will show how angry he is and will judge the world with fairness. God will reward each of us for what we have done. He will give eternal life to everyone who has patiently done what is good in the hope of receiving glory, honor, and life that lasts forever. But he will show how angry and furious he can be with every selfish person who rejects the truth and wants to do evil. All who are wicked will be punished with trouble and suffering. It doesn't matter if they are Jews or Gentiles. But all who do right will be rewarded with glory, honor, and peace, whether they are Jews or Gentiles. God doesn't have any favorites. Those people who don't know about God's law will still be punished for what they do wrong, and the law will be used to judge everyone who knows what it says. God accepts those who obey his law, but not those who simply hear it. Some people naturally obey the law's commands even though they don't have the law. This proves that the conscience is like a law written in the human heart, and it will show whether we are forgiven or condemned when God has Jesus Christ judge everyone's secret thoughts, just as my message says. Some of you call yourselves Jews. You trust in the law and take pride in God. By reading the scriptures, you learn how God wants you to behave and you discover what is right. You are sure that you are a guide for the blind and a light for all who are in the dark. And since there is knowledge and truth in God's law, you think you can instruct fools and teach young people. But how can you teach others when you refuse to learn? You preach that it is wrong to steal, but do you steal? You say people should be faithful in marriage, but are you faithful? You hate idols, yet you rob their temples. You take pride in the law, but you disobey the law and bring shame to God. It is just as the scriptures tell us. You have made foreigners say insulting things about God. Being circumcised is worthwhile if you obey the law. But if you don't obey the law, you are no better off than people who are not circumcised. In fact, if they obey the law, they are as good as anyone who is circumcised. So everyone who obeys the law but has never been circumcised will condemn you. Even though you are circumcised and have the law, you still don't obey its teachings. Just because you live like a Jew and are circumcised does not make you a real Jew. To be a real Jew, you must obey the law. True circumcision is something that happens deep in your heart, not something done to your body. And besides, you should want praise from God and not from humans. Romans 3. What good is it to be a Jew? What good is it to be circumcised? It is good in a lot of ways. First of all, God's messages were spoken to the Jews. It is true that some Jews did not believe the message. But does this mean that God cannot be trusted just because they did not have faith? No, indeed. God tells the truth even if everyone else is a liar. scriptures say about God, "Your words will be proven true, and in court you will win your case." If our evil deeds show how right God is, then what can we say? Is it wrong for God to become angry and punish us? What a foolish of it. Some people even claim that we are saying this. But God is fair and will judge them as well. What does all this mean? Does it mean that we Jews are better off than the Gentiles? No, it doesn't. Jews as well as Gentiles are ruled by sin, just as I have said. The scriptures tell us no one is acceptable to God. Not one of them understands or even searches for God. They've all turned away and are worthless. There is not one person who does right. Their words are like an open pit, and their tongues are good only for telling lies. Each word is as deadly as the fangs of a snake, and they say nothing but bitter curses. These people quickly become violent. Wherever they go, they leave ruin and destruction. They don't know how to live in peace. They don't even fear God. We know that everything in the law was written for those who are under its power. The law says these things to stop anyone from making excuses and to let God show that the whole world is guilty. God does not accept people simply because they obey the law. No, indeed. All the law does is to point out our sin. Now we see how God does make us acceptable to Him. The law and the prophets tell us how we become acceptable, and it isn't by obeying the law of Moses. God treats everyone alike. He accepts people only because they have faith in Jesus Christ. All of us have sinned and fallen short of God's glory, but God treats us much better than we deserve. And because of Jesus Christ, He freely accepts us and sets us free from our sins. God sent Christ to be our sacrifice. Christ offered His life's blood so that by faith in Him we could come to God. And God did this to show that in the past He was right to be patient and forgive sinners. This also shows that God is right when He accepts people who have faith in Jesus. What is left for us to brag about? Not a thing. Is it because we obeyed some law? No, it is because of faith. We see that people are acceptable to God because they have faith, and not because they obey the law. Does God belong only to the Jews? Isn't He also the God of the Gentiles? Yes, He is. There is only one God, and He accepts Gentiles as well as Jews, simply because of their faith. Do we destroy the law by our faith? Not at all. We make it even more powerful. Romans 4. Well then, what can we say?
Daniel chapter 1. In the 3rd year that Jehoiakim was king of Judah, King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylonia attacked Jerusalem. The Lord let Nebuchadnezzar capture Jehoiakim and take away some of the things used in God's temple. And when the king returned to Babylonia, he put these things in the temple of his own God. One day the
go. Really? Come here. Let's look. Huh? I want you to look with me. Look. Walking right down there, hey Bob? Holy fuck! I'm done fucking tired of stupid shit people. What fucking cunts? They fucking eat. Fucking fish because of the cunts. What that fucker is? He's a bit of shit. I fucking have to eat. What the fuck's wrong with you fucking people? Fucking shit. God, I hate people in this fucking house. There. He's leaving in my fucking bed. Yeah. He's probably leaving in there because he's laying here now. Junior. Come here a second. So, they ate the fucking fish, and they ate the fucking hot sauce and fucking. much lock is left, dude? That's it? All is fucking done. All is fucking hung up. Dried and hung up. I'm tired of getting fucking bitched at. And honestly, this time I will take your side. If you're gonna spend money like that, fucking right. Fucking not cheap. You want me more. She did kind of a freaking thing. It's like, it's not like it's burning out here. It's not like the toaster, but it's not there.
Wait a second. Brosy, I fucking accidentally fell asleep last night in the stream, not gonna lie. Yeah, we'll be right back, guys. I'm sorry about the stream. But, well, I'm gonna read some of the comments real quick. Holy shit. I'm sorry if I was, yeah. I meant to fucking stop the thingy. Bro, I was gonna finish that up. Damn it. I hate myself. I'm sorry, bro. Let me check how long it was actually fucking out for. Alright, I'm gonna end this stream and restart.